already back. So I think what happened is that I needed to see how everything works. Like, am I actually going to have, okay, will I have the ability to do every, hold on, to do everything that I need to do in terms of trying to figure, okay, so I'm trying to figure out, or I think that I needed to take this sort of journey where, like, how to bounce back. Like, I'm still kind of new at this. So some of it is through trial and error. And I know that there is some, not so consistent, but I'm working on that. I'm working on getting there. I'm not at the place where I feel like, um, that I don't consider this my job. I'm at the hobby stage, so definitely this is not something I can just leap into. I'm trying to give it my all, but at the same time, what's the point of going way up there and then and I get off track and I don't know how to get back on track. So I think that because I had stumbled across like where I trended or something happened and I saw it and I responded and I didn't hold on. I didn't hold on. But it wasn't, it's not too far back though. It's only by a few weeks, but still, yet, I still need to figure out or know like how to get back on track. And for me, I don't think it's about, okay, now that you're back on track, schedule something and then maybe somebody will catch on. So I think I understand that. I think that what did I do the last time? I'm pretty sure there was some advertisement involved. I'm pretty sure that, or I think maybe I promoted a video or something. I don't know what happened. I just saw blue lines and responded, and then things started moving. But I think I need to know how to do it through a system so I feel comfortable with the idea of something tangible, something that I can. I believe that people are in charge of their own destiny. Yes, you are in charge of your own destiny. This is very fascinating. This, the way it looks like on my phone, if I wasn't looking at in my studio, I wouldn't see a table. So I'm so happy I can at least see a table. Um, yeah, I definitely need to do a reading to see if I can take hold of something, get some information on what did I do right one time versus another, because that's going to be important to know if I were to step out. I want to step out, but I also want to be very cautious in doing so. Um, I know I get back to the routine of things. I know it has to be regular. Uh, but I'm just not. I'm not. I'm at the place where I have time to experiment. Sort. I know I don't have. I shouldn't. I don't want to like waste people's time, of course, but I need to understand so that I don't get tripped up later. So it's saying crossroads. And what's the point of being psychic if you can't read for yourself? Crossroads. There's some unspoken things to know that things that are beyond my influence, direct influence. Okay. Yep. Okay, connection. Ah, okay. With the universe, friendship. Okay, so there's friendship, connection, relation, one way. They're letting me know that there is a system or there is a format. I just need to find it. I need to find it, but I think it's through, um, it appears to be through relationship. So in order for me to completely commit, there has to be loyalty um, there. So, okay. All right. Well, I can stimulate that again. But yeah, I need to learn how I stimulated it to begin with before I would ever consider this a prospect. So I'm gonna figure it out. I'll come back on there. I'll come back to it. Oh yes. So um, we've got that. See how things will flow. I had a very fascinating day today. The readings now are become one of teaching. People, I believe, are asking various questions. They have questions for me in mind. And I think that these questions are really about just how, like, my readings work. They're still trying to figure that out. And I'm very cautious in what I tell people. Like, I've learned to stop trying to explain to people how I read because, in my opinion, I think that, I mean, I don't really understand why they're asking. I'm like, rather than try to pick what tool you want me to use, let me work. So like, it's like, I don't I don't know what tools I'm going to use or if I'm going to use any tools. It depends on the nature of the question. It depends on who I'm working with at the time. So that's how I work. And I think that people are looking at the mind reading. That I'm always curious to, like, what features or what areas are people drawn to. Oftentimes, I think it's it's like the very nature of my ability, the fact that I don't require names. Um, a person is like, oh, this gentleman, he contacted me, and he has a fascinating story. He's like, he he fell in love, or he's catching feelings with, and he does the escorts, older gentleman, affluent, and you know he says he believes, that he compensates well, but he ended up translating feelings, and so it took precedence, and I was having to explain to him transactional intimacy, that sometimes he perceived as, what is surprising about such men in that world, men sometimes, I mean, mature, as you would say, distinguished gentlemen, older, experienced men, are not always prepared what it's like on the other side when the shoe is on the other foot. Like, he wasn't prepared that, how, like, wait a minute, this is a female we're talking about, right? And I'm like, I know. Yeah, I mean, she, was, like, she said the right thing. She showed the interest, and I had explained to him, this is her special touch. It's a bit of, ego stroking, like letting you know like you're the guy, you're a great man, you've got your business and affairs in order, but don't forget this is transactional. And then of course when the emotions come in, it's, well, I don't know, let's see where it goes. And of course you know, once you get here I'm going to spend, you just connect. And she, when she didn't do the finessing part, he was a little lost. So I had to explain to him that she's thinking of a young woman. She's not thinking in the terms of, I know this is real life stuff. I know it can be. This is very. I like no trigger. I just like, wow. You're just gonna just say that? I know. But I'm starting to read more. Which I know these are kind types of readings, questions that I dealt with, um, for a very long time. So it's just, it's always been here. It's just that maybe, we don't encounter it as much. And I had to explain to him that she maybe didn't have the wisdom, to, like in some, like a, maybe like an older woman in that, in this sphere, and through the interaction, where would see this as a door opportunity, to go further with him, as opposed to, look, you know what to do, put the bracelet on me, put the red bottom shoes on, put the Gucci bag on me, put the money in it, like, she's like, no, you're the man, you handle it. She doesn't want to write out the contract. Like, so I had explained to him that he may have to, like, like, stay up front, like, because they have an arrangement. And hey, I look, you didn't. I had to let him know. I say, well, this is not a. You happen to contact, not the pastor. You didn't contact clergy. You didn't contact, a counselor. The questions you have, it's not in a book, and the questions you have, it's very complicated, and it's important, and it's real life, and it's your question, and it means a lot to us. I'm reading, but I mean, my us as in me, my guides. Yes, there are people with alternative lifestyle. And does that make them any less connected to be able to connect with a psychic? No, they can connect with a psychic. I can give them a reading, no problem. I just know, like, I can detect when I'm speaking to someone and they're quite young, or either I consider them to be not mature, and I won't go into these conversations. Like, there's some people adults, I mean, because I would only be speaking to adults. I would never, if they even tried to go into some of these conversations, I would say, I would start winding down the conversation. Like, look, I don't want to play with you. You know, either you know what you're doing or you don't. Either you're in that life for real. You, like, don't play, and don't like put me in a position just to hear me say stuff. I'm like, I don't want to play. Good day. Go live the life you're supposed to live. But this gentleman, oh, he really was in that life, and he was having a mind opener, that, oh my gosh, women can just get up. In my books it speaks of the Aquarius female, right? Where okay, so Aquarius by nature, they have trouble, of course, it's masculine, to expressing feelings. So part of this Aquarius age, I believe, is men, like, I know the world's like, oh my gosh, all these emotional men, but that has been, a taboo for men to display emotion. It always had to be passion, right? Uh, in public. So, now this is, like, for the for like, so how the sign plays out for the female, right? Is that, she travels, she can be aloof, and she can get out of bed and say, or roll out of, that you could give her, like, look, we're going on, trips and things, and if it doesn't suit her, she could say, you know what, just she could roll out of bed and say, you know what, change of plan, and you can know her for 6 years. There are ladies who can think like can go into that mind space, and men, mature, older men are not ready. They were not ready for to experience that. Sometimes they're like, say what? I'm like, yes. So I'm like, just don't. So my thing is, as I'm reading this and I'm saying, just don't forget to let her know that this is what you're suggesting. This is what's ideal for her, is ideal for you, and you both have an agreement and you stick to that. And he was like, could it ever become something more? So there are men who are, you want to say, what do you call it? If you want to say mind game, like like they try to get into the minds of a woman. But you know what? There are women out there who give such men. There's a whole world out there that will give such men a run for their money, literally and figuratively, and now of course psychically too. So, and I think it's going to be quite interesting to see how such an exchange plays out. So that's a little bit of yeah. I am starting to tap into more like, so I understand, I think, where it's going because of the Kundalini rising, dealing with that breaking through the first chakra, the kingdom of the Malkuth. There's this, it's also very much tied in with the sexual energy or that of Scorpio. So you got that Scorpio vibration, and that because it goes Scorpio, a ficus, Pluto is in ascent, ruling in both. And so you have that rising, that transcending element where I've been like I really have been dealing with intimacy and sexualities, but not in terms of like where it's like non-binary such. Restricted is because it's a lot of there are different phases in heterosexual normalities, right? The way that one portrays their their orientation, including in the non-binary sectors of all of those. So I'm like, I'm learning this too. So I think that is my August 15th, because August 15th every year I learn something new. But this year they kicked it off like mid-July. I've been receiving information that's about 2025. I know what 2025 is about. That what those readings, a lot of those readings, those soul groups are going to come in asking these questions. But over this day or so, people have really been focused on this need to this for us adults in their sphere as and their surrounding their orientation and their desires, like what they are interested in, and so it's more so it's here is the I guess the orientation and then what they're actually interested in. So like some people are interested in falling in love, want to be part of a relationship, wanting to connect, get invested, get involved, and then there's the connection where people are wanting to be a part of like a more serious commitment, and then there's some that are, they have their orientation, but they want arrangement. So a lot of that is starting to come up. So I'm dealing with very. I don't think they. I don't think they were prepared for what I had to say or what I was going to or am talking about when working with people in this space. Like, I mean, the company, I don't think they thought that. Yes, I had dealt with these questions. In fact, I was just like basking in the experience of reading with the company that none of these questions were even coming up because it's like everyone were very, coming into it, I had to I've been like laying out, look, this is the way I work, but these are boundaries. Like, we can have a conversation, we could talk about it, but it's got to be super professional because, you must never forget, that, this is where I come to work. So, but yes, I can work with these tougher questions, that, that's about like, the, the healing part of what this energy can offer, because that Scorpio vibration is potent and can provide the the introspector the introspective position healing. It offers that. So, which we need to talk about that more often. uh yeah. So the moment that I connect, I mean, I can detect when I shouldn't talk to certain people. I mean, adults, because again, I'd only be speaking to adults. So there's certain adults that I should not be having such conversations with, because there's just not enough knowledge there on their end to go into that conversation. It becomes like, why are you having this conversation with this person? So when I gauge a person, I'm able to detect that like very quickly. Like, look, I can work with you. I can give you guidance to get you started, but I can tell that you may be interested in that world, but I'm not here to tell you about that world. More, I can, while you're here, I can assist you in your direction, guide in the direction where you can find what is right for you. Like, the one thing that I always state to people, I'm like, no, you need to actually connect. You need to connect with um, and with your path, and you need to be yourself. You have to be yourself. You shouldn't. No one should. I should also, furthermore, should rely on the idea that here you are. You're connecting with uh, people, other people. You're trying to figure it out and things like that, and you're trying to move forward or move things along. And so it's more like finding the right path and sticking to that path. So maybe that's what it's more about. You got to hold on to that journey. So that's the way I think that it plays out overall. That's the way it plays out. And then who knows what happens next from there? From there, some people can, emerge on the other side of things. They can, increase. Those are delicious. Oh my gosh. They're so delicious. I have been infatuated with croutons. Oh my gosh. I'm like, I put myself in, it's like this is crouton heaven. I bought like all the flavors. So I've been enjoying all of those. Oh yeah. Like, I'm really about the robust taste. I figured I was gonna grow into that. Like, I'd go into a realm in my life and say, you know what? I'm ready for that robust taste now. Yeah, I need some wild flavor, because I'm be honest. I can't. Only way I can like eat like let's say if I want to eat outside, like I guess we'd call it, go have something prepared like a fast food. I have to drown it. I would have to drown it. But that's what I would do. Hmm. I have to drown it in like season. So it's like you know that show like the zombie about the she goes, I don't know if it's what it's called, something about it's where she comes, it's some kind of a drug or something, and she falls off the boat and she becomes a zombie, and but she has to put a certain sauce on everything. That's how it is for me. Like when I go to fast food restaurant, like if it's a burger restaurant, fast burger, I have to drown it in barbecue or ketchup or something like that, or dressing, right? And then if it's, let's say, Spanish, I have to make it fire to enjoy it. So it's like, so at home, which I really into I guess like foodie and seasoning. So now like I like all this wild, like high in, and I try to find proteins and things like that. But so the seasoning is what I'm really into. I love seasonings, and now, granted, my Nigerian dish when I prepare it, that still remains that is always, I think, forever will be intact. Like that's my whenever I want to just like come back to center, I always come back to that. So like before I started changing my diets and started trying to break away from eating out, I actually began eating from childhood. Oh, by the way, that is a good plan because okay, for me, I found that whenever I like don't feel well, um, for whatever the reason, or I just down on energy, I always go back and eat something that I enjoyed growing up. So, for example, I love cucumbers as growing up. So whenever I've like experienced like where I didn't feel well or something, I just went and bought like 6 cucumbers, and I like to have pepper on it and hot sauce. And I would eat that, and then my energies would go through the roof again. And then I said, well, what about a warm meal from childhood, which is the Nigerian dish? So I got the Nigerian dish. My energy went up, high in protein. Oh yeah, there's tons of like everything I need: protein, calcium, vitamin C, all of it, because it possess. Well, you have if you prepare it right, you don't cook out all of the vitamins out of the vegetables. If you prepare it correctly, add vitamins that all that comes in it, and and then, of course, you're adding all of that seasoning and spices of all types and warm vegetables. Yeah. So that's how I got back on my kick, like for my healing kick. And people ask me, they're like, it's kind of annoying. Sometimes I always felt like it was a jealous thing because people will say, well, why do you smile all the time? I don't trust people who smile all the time. It's like, why are you always happy? Or it's like, why are you always? It's like it's asking me like, why are you always healthy? Like people would ask that, and I'm like, I'm running like 10 plus miles in training. Like I'm always like I'm running, jogging, exercising. I'm I'm keeping my energy up and you're like you're combating that. You're like, get out of my way, get out of my way. so so like I I just like it's like why are you so healthy? Why are you so because I ate, a lot of all of my vitamins, and I'm high on protein right now, and I am feeling good. All I need is a big glass of water now. I'm getting, yeah, I've really been like, for the past couple of years, I've been working on like consuming water, water, always water. And you know what? Okay, so I grew up in a family full of like physician, like medical doctors. Like I'm a metaphysician, and I, you know, doctor, help people, blah blah blah. But no, these are medical, like MDs. It's like MD, nurses, nurses aid. And one thing that scared me was, being born gender male is kidney stones. And I was always told, because, they took care of that, a lot of them. They would tell me the horror stories. And when you tell that to a young, 9 or 10-year-old male, and what that, imagine this and imagine that. Well, this is what it looked like. Well, you better drink your water, and then you go into what they call like the basic science, and telling you, oh yeah, it's just what that is. Kidney stone is just calcium buildup, and the doctor they go in there and scrape it out. You're gonna scrape what? What is there to scrape? There's wait. I mean, they're trying to fathom that, and then the burning, all of that comes with it. Yep, it's because but now when like I've had like men who contacted me from abroad, and they think I'm bananas, right? They're like, oh my gosh, a voodoo uh, witch doctor, But I'm like, no, look, I know because I was dubbed and baptized, blah blah blah, into the nature, right, nature world and spirituality. Okay, so I told him, I said, well, do as the nature does, turn to the purple grape. Oh, y'all eat white grape? No, no, listen, 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 listen. Purple grapes. Well, what does that do? All that is water. It makes you pee a lot. Exactly. Do as nature does. Because you know that people say it has no beneficial value and nutritional value. Guess what it does? It corrects inflammation. Listen to me when I say that. It corrects. So one of the ladies we spent that, I was like, I'm okay. I'm gonna stop and get grape juice. No, 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 no. I didn't say grape juice. I mean, you can get grape juice as well. No, you get pure grape juice, but purple. I didn't say white. I didn't say any other color, peach. I said grape, purple, but try to go ahead and get a vine. They're great tasting while you're running from it. And they said, oh my gosh, I did that and I peed so much. I'm like, exactly. So, and that's why I'm okay. They're like, I be feeling bad sometimes. It's like I'm like, when you young and you're hearing this, yeah, I'm ailing, my back hurt. But when you're older and somebody, I guess younger, are saying, yeah, they've got this problem, this issue, and that, and I'm like, I'm trying to like, I know how a fictitious vampire feels like, because I'm like, yeah, you're like, okay, like, what do I say here? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Can't relate. Like, so Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's sure it's different when as your body ages, right? When you get older. I'm like, can't relate. Can't relate, but you're making perfect sense. So, oh my gosh. So that's is how, this is what it is. Um, and I was, I've been also careful. 'Cause I was like, when I heard the worst of the news, right, in that class, again, basic science, they said, did you know that anybody can develop to become lactose intolerant? Like if you're young, right, and you always consume the dairy and all that, especially like with milk, in your latter years, you can become lactose intolerant. Now, when I heard that, I got scared again. I said, because I'm like any I love like milk and cereal. I love that. And so I said, now there was a time, I don't know why, but okay, there was a time I couldn't stand 2% milk. Then there was a phase. I don't know if it was wrong with the milk, but I couldn't. I had trouble rest in the rest because milk says that it has um, mucus enzymes in it have to fight. So I grew up having to fight um, from keeping the mucus shell from this from hardening. By the way, that's what the whole COVID thing was about, respiratory. So I was already ready for I was already ready for the fight. I already had my gloves on. So I already knew what I was doing. And then I began when asked and approached, I began sharing with other people. You know what they want to do is, do you want to get that out of your body? It's better out than in. And I know it sounds yucky, but to think of it as like out, like, yeah, you're like when you're swallowing it, you're putting it back in, and it doesn't really get digested. It just sort of it doesn't get filtered. It can it can be in the inner lining, and yep, you got to get it out of your body. You got to get it out one way or the other. Get it out of you. And so yeah, there was a space and time where the vitamin D just, I couldn't take it. I had so Then I tried the vitamin 2 milk, and that was felt much easier, much better. So um, now I have since tried vitamin D, no problem, but I think it was my because of the whole energetic my spiritual, psychic, and physical metabolism was just in overdrive, and because of fighting off, like where you turn, like somebody was, getting falling ill. So it was like overdrive, and vitamin D just at that time wasn't my friend. Wasn't my friend. Mm. By the way, and I hadn't had milk in a long time. So there's that. Yeah. So yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. So I'm always, like thinking like one step ahead, things. I'm always thinking that, if in my, I speak for myself, in my latter years, I love to run and jog, hike. I like to do all those things. I want to still be able to do those things. So I, if I'm going to do those things, just kind of go easy on go take it easy. So I really have been doing that. Because, like, when I go jogging and running, I mean, I'm gone for hours, to be exact. So, yeah, it's like guaranteed 2 hours, like 2 hours. Because it's hour out, then it's the play because you got to get there. Then when you get there, because all about the journey for an Aries, and then you got to come all the way back. And I love to go running, and then after the run, I like to go swimming. So yeah, I was kind of going crazy during that time. And of course, if you're talking about the lake, so I'm in the north, so the temperature, I've swam where there's been perfect fog. It's beautiful and it's perfect, but is it always the best? You actually get out and you're like soaking wet and you're like walking and you're exposed to the morning hour air in the morning. Somebody I remember when I did that though, somebody gonna get out of their vehicle, jump in there with me, and have me feel like I'm in the lagoon. I was like, child. So I didn't lay back and sprawled out like the humanity man, and just was doing circles. I know how to, I was floating. I was floating in there, just doing circles. I was like minding my own. I was like, this ain't a black lagoon moment. It's beautiful fog. I know, but it was really a alone time for me. But somebody came out there and joined me, and then I climbed out. I don't know that I don't everything I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm like the snake in the jungle. Like people like, okay, there's the jungle, right? And like, there's Tarzan or his buddy Spud, and they're swimming, and then you know the mate comes, whatever. I'm that snake in the tree. And I ain't gonna rush. I'm not gonna like dip and go into slithering up into the waters. No, I'm not even thinking about you. I'm like, just let me be. Just let me just hang out. That's me. So in the jungle. So and if it gets too much, I'll start pulling. I start going up. I start going up. Yeah, I gotta go up. You know, I'll see y'all later. I keep an eye out. I'm gonna watch from a distance. I'm gonna be over here. You stay over there. I'll stay over here, and I ain't gonna bother you. So yeah. So sometimes people are like, oh, look at that snake, beautiful color. I hmm, like I want to be a part of their wild experience. I'm like, no, I just want to be left alone. So there's that. Hmm. Yeah, I'm most likely gonna get back out there though. I haven't gone out there to visit in a while. Yep, I have not, but I certainly need to get back out there since it's got me talking about it. Hmm. But right now, I just what I wanted to. I love the feeling when I go out into nature, and I had made up my mind. I said the same piece that I have to go all the way out into nature to experience. I want to begin to experience that same peace at my home. And I just want going out and being part of nature to be extension of that. So I was pondering that conundrum. And so I'm very much peace and vibrational, and anything that makes me super anxious, I um, I eliminate it. So I also discovered a bit of an okay, so me and empathy, we have a love-hate relationship. Okay, so I'm born with the inability to feel in that way, in that context of, but I can understand it because I can perceive it through my perception. And then psychically, I see it as an energy. Like people radiate what they're thinking. And that's so I don't need to ask a person what they're thinking. You're radiating what you're thinking and or what you're feeling, and I'm perceptive of that, and that helps me in my psychic readings. Oh, and I don't have to see you. I connect through sound. So I don't say like, well, only reason why I believe that the name is important because you've said your name or some variation of a name many times over, and you put all types of force and power. So it's very powerful word. It's like a prayer. So when you say your name and you, because people will say their name, and their energy is in that, in the sounding out of their own name, because they've done it a lot of times, most cases, from for a very long time. And so, but typically, to be honest, I don't even really, I'll say, like, I ask the name, but I can speak to so many people, gosh. But so, the courteous, the social aspect, and then I start connecting with their voice, the sound of their voice, and then I start reading. And they can then I mean they can be quiet, they, because a lot of times people just say their name and then they say just take it away, and I'm like, and I always let them know, please don't let me go on and on and on. Just come right on in and to interrupt me when you feel comfortable. I've learned to state that from the very beginning. If I say nothing else, like I always make sure, like I always can tell when a person is gonna be like, I'm gonna let you talk, okay, and then because then they'll say, I'm gonna let you talk, but then they're like, excuse me, I got a question, gosh, I mean, you're tired, you're surely are talking a lot, because then when I go that route, I'm like, I have to disconnect, because like, oh no 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 no, I'm not gonna read rude energy, because I feel energy. I'm like, no no, this is spiritual space, and you're in my space, and you're given the opportunity, ample opportunity to help, like if you need to make suggestions or if you need to interact with me, things like that. So um yeah, so it's for me, it's the energy of the, and then so they'll let me still, yet even when I tell them, they're like, now they're just sit back and they'll let me just talk all the whole time up, and then thank you for your time. I think I understand. So basically, all I have to do is this. I'm like, yes, this was the best reading I ever had. This fantastic reading. I will be calling you back. That's how my readings go. But I'm like, but you're not gonna use my name, my number to learn how to fight. No, if you want to fight, go fight someone in person. Because I'm not anybody's man, and I'm not anybody's woman. So you go, if you want to fight energy, go out there and do it in person. I'm like, look, my readings are about what you can manifest and accomplish in this moment. So that means in this reading, I'm going to answer all of your questions you can think of. We're going to answer all of your questions, and so I can help you transcend into living your life. And that means you're going to be living that life. You'll be experiencing that life in real time, and I'm not going to be there holding your hand. And thank you for your investment and your time. Thank you for your time. And if you need anything, questions, support, my extension. Just make sure the bill is paid. Yeah. So, all right. So man or woman. Yeah, man or woman. Um, so then the other part is this. Uh, so empathy, so far as um, like when I was like clearing the stress out of my home, right? Like there were certain locations I discovered where I just started. It's like I was pulling anxiety up, but it doesn't stay in my body because I channel it out. So, which like very like erratic adults usually gravitate to me. It's like I'm their sponge, but I'm a sponge of like nectar and everything refreshing. And but they themselves are not, they are unwelcomed. They're not, I didn't welcome them into my space. So there's always, it's they're hostile to my energy, and I treat them as such. So like, get back, don't touch, space, all that. You know, don't like silence, don't lower your tone, etc. Right? Putting it into place. You know, you could try, but you can never. All of that. So yeah. So I don't like. In fact, you know, what is required is compassion, which means understanding. The only one whose shoes I need to walk is like a deity's. You know, it's like, yeah, a deity's. That's empathic to the spirit world. So far as like what that icon experience in life, because I don't care about the idea that, you know, a person who is clearly undeserving, and it's not just for that person to get what they want, when what they really want is to ability to wreak havoc on other people's energies. So I don't call that good karma, and I would play no role in that, and I would never give anyone the map or the blueprint to do that. No. Mm-mm. Nope. No, no, no. So there's that. So that's how I've dealt with such things, as time, throughout my experience and all that. So that's how I deal with it. And sometimes, my clients, they'll reach out. They're like, in the world, like, how do you deal with this? I mean, like, you're so like uplifting and spiritual in your reading, and always positive and protective. And I'm like, then I start telling them basic spiritual things without it. I said, without me, without, they talk about themselves. They say, without me, like going in, like mentioning demons and things like that, and like hell and things like that, and what is, like anything Christian, but like, how do you, like, because like, they're interested, like, okay, you don't get sick, you don't get stressed out, you've never yelled or raised your voice, you've never like cursed us out, or cursed us, or yelled at us, or demonstrated frustrations, which they tested even through email. Um, Always professional, like guide their misguided notion of frustration to business. Like, I was, look, this is business. I don't care how you feel about me, what you think of me, or how narrow-minded you are, that I'm doing a work, and I'm telling you, if it doesn't make sense, a number, our relationship will not make sense. You won't understand why I'm no longer working with you. Focus. So, so it's that. So people, yeah, they're asked. I was like, well, gosh, that's when you put your baneful into the shadows. Yeah, that's what I do. There's a place. There are, like, I also framed it as, like, when you have psychic eyes, there's A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And there's these energies on frequencies, and F frequency is everything that's not working out for people. I'm like, if people put themselves in a position, and sometimes you have to allow the cosmic light to burn off that energy. It's just what it is. You can't stop them, you can't block them, you just got to let it happen. But I always guide people in such a way that they find their victory without harming, because they what they really want, and I get the sense that what they're trying to take hold of, or they want me to know about, like, teach me about, like, hateful psychic energy, that would um, like cause harm. I'm don't want to be placed as somebody's like because they can't reach God, or they don't believe, or they have a awkward relationship with God, that they're assuming I'm going to do work that's going to cause harm and strife, even for the most egregious personality, hateful personality. I don't care what rank they are in their organization. I I don't I'm only going to work to guide the person in the light. Now, I how do you there's like, okay, how do you deal with people like me? What if I told you that, okay, like the gentleman, they, or the lady, they have alternative lifestyle. And I'm like, are you aware that you have this lifestyle? Are you okay with the actions that, and is the other person an agreement in that? Is it like consensual? They said yes. Then that has nothing to do with me. You're adults and you know exactly what you're doing. Well, as long as you understand what you're doing, I always put it right. That I put that responsibility right back into your hands. You judge that. I'm not the judge. So don't come. This is not this spiritual administration. I'm not the administration of spirituality, and I don't hand down judgments, and I don't hand out psychic parking tickets, and no trespassing tickets. Now, help to guide and protect, I do that. Help, guide, protect, guide in the light. I don't believe my client. I say, look, you don't have any influence or no control. Things, no, there's no, you're like, you're not a companion of mine. You're not my consort, or not like a God consort, or because there's no God here. It's more like, no, you follow this, you get that. That's it. You don't get to move stars around. No. No. Because what if we disagree? What if we have a disagreement? Yeah. But I don't mind explain. But the way that I explain it is like, well, that's these spaces that I'm talking about are quite neutral. Anybody can get caught up in that energy. I mean, I don't want to be in any of those energies, but I've walked in those energies. I know they exist. I've walked in them and have experienced them. And, like these energies that you might consider like other realities that are like really like in your backyard. And you would never even know that it exists because it's not your reality. Like some people are experiencing um, recession. Some people are experiencing abundance and seeking independence. So, what is one or the other doing that is bringing about such an event? And the way that I look at it is that there's like it's like they're ripples, and they stem like this. They kind of like, and they're realms. And now people can elevate or graduate out of the realms. Now, I also believe that there are realms that are connected. Okay, so there are realms that are established where I believe, like, okay, so why do people like temple hop or church hop? I believe that people temple hop, church hop, because they is because they're thinking that they're like, it's like like, okay, so they go to one temple or church, and they get introduced, and they go up front, and then they use, it's like, to me, I think it's like a spiritual portal to another church. So they end up going to, being like, we're moving around, and we're trying to find a church home. Oh, we're visiting, we're visitors. And then I believe that they, get invited to like see like the part where they where the usher or the pastor step this way or step in here, and then they get escorted into like the portal to another church, another state or something like that. I do believe in that. So yeah, like people graduating spiritually in a way to higher realms of sort of like reality. So yeah, so it's that there are just many realities. There are actual realities that people connect with, and some people are not connected with that reality as well. Some people like there's reality I deem as not healthy or good, but I also know that I'm not a part of that reality. But I know that reality exists. I don't want to go to that reality. And I think that when people think about it close enough, they all agree on that. That is the truth. That is a true reality. So what I do as a psychic is that as I'm meeting people in various sort of realities, if you want to call it quantum, I help to, or some people may call it, like there's a heavy association with tarot cards and the Kabbalah and spirituality. And spirituality is kind of like the cover word that you're right. You don't because when people hear, like the Christian words, it can be triggering because they can think that they may assume that the same sort of prejudice or bias that come with that religion is going to be in their readings in some context, and that's not what they're there for. So I'm always quick to letting people know, like, look, you know, you can't you have contacted um, outside of clergy and counseling. What you and I are talking about are not in books. They're not in books. These questions you're asking, the reason, are not in the books because they're questions that do not have answers, and they're not meant to have answers. But it's real life, and that's what as a psychic I deal with. I deal with the real life stuff that, like, if you were to go to a counselor, or if you were, you would, you're going to go get help for that, or something is maybe wrong with that, but it may not be against the law. It may not be, in terms of like morality. What is morality? Maybe it's the perception from the person who is the participant of that space, like having multiple partners, for example, sexual partners. So, and then like the need for that, and also, or if it were, one goes to their priest, to be judged or being told that, you know, for whatever the reason, you know, the lifestyle that they're leading isn't right and that they should change. Something about them is wrong, inherently, and that they should fix it. So when they speak with me and we're speaking real things, that's why I always pray that the people like who have to listen to me speak, because they record every call, that they're like, I understand that they made it very clear. Like, look, we're Catholic. I'm like, well, you hired psychics. You have psychics making you money. Okay, so let's be real. Don't stop, and don't treat me like if your seers are not pay worthy. Don't treat me like your seers. Please don't. Or your prophets. Please don't. So, 'cause that's what I do, and I truly believe in what I do, and that I can do what I say I can do. And don't trip out when I do it. Don't think I'm chasing. I'm not going to spend my hours chasing after you, in email or otherwise. I'm not coming over there. Let you fly me out there. If that, and I still might not come. So, yeah. So, that. they have a, the understanding that these questions could be asked of them. They have their belief system, they're Christian, that's cool, all right. And they, have clinical, okay, degrees in counseling, okay, cool. But they're not answering these questions. like, don't judge and don't judge what I'm saying. I know you got to listen, but like, don't give me the old, you know, because to tell someone, okay, you're wrong at what you do, and the other person is making it happen. you know, making it every way possible for things to work to happen. And as a psychic, you can't answer a direct question because of your beliefs. Oh, get out of here! Shut up. You're not supposed to be speaking. You're just supposed to be listening. Oh my gosh. She's a married woman. And I'm supposed to get the ruler broken on my hand by the nun, right? Because though she married woman, her and her husband, both of them making a way to see different people. She finally found something that works for her. Oh, you've been divorced twice? She okay. But she is still married. You want her to work on hers. And she found someone who finally she finds somebody who she can compromise, the positive one, the good compromise, concessions. She can finally make concessions with. It's working, and he's divorced, and he's a great father. He's just a great overall good guy. He just, he's lived lives. He's lived, and you want me to say what what you're thinking? Sweetheart, those what you thinking, those little thoughts are not qualifications. They don't meet my standards as a psychic. Sorry, they don't. So, pipe it. Pipe it. Oh my gosh. Or, well, oh, he's married. He contributed, gave her a baby. But here's the thing, there's a catch 20. He could give her a baby, but the thing is, when she has it, that baby's still his. he thinks and just because he just got a house to go back to, he he gave her a baby. He's got to work that out. So what do you say? What now? What are you gonna say to what like those like if you judgmental, you Christian? What are you gonna say to that? Hey, this has already happened. This is something. This is what they could like Job. When God was talking to Job, Job was not there to show Job what Satan can do. Job was just showing what man can do without Satan involved, and and he was shown all of it because he goes on. Keep reading the book, he goes on and he creates infrastructure to protect his daughters, and he taught his sons to be protectors, and he'd grow his family, etc. And he had this new livestock, y'all. He got all that back, and several times over, and the wife. But they don't talk about that about Job. They only want to introduce you as Job. They want you to be Job, the one with the boils. You're lying in your deathbed looking at a Loa, spirit, and you got boils on your arm, and they're burning and they hurt. That's what, it's like, you got to, only that's your identity. It's like, no, I'm the Job that gets all of it back. That's when I come in, I'm like, look, let's get your life back. Let's finish the rest of the story of Job. That's what we're going to do. So I begin to help people to get back in the realm of living their fullness life. And having a well rounded life is having a healthy life. That's a lifestyle. So you should be living that consistently. Abundance in your, not only financially or in your home, in your health, with your children, making peace and laying, being able the ability to lay down the rest when divorce does happen, because as it does happen in real life, 60% statistics says so. And that's not counting just typical general relationships of all kinds that have nothing to do with non-binary, just in the structures of between like male and female, different arrangements. You've got to consider social arrangements that may not even be socially recognizable, but are actually social normatives. And that blows your mind. So when you're like listening to psychics talk about these things as it's normal, it's judging the psychic, and you're one can typically be actually living some of these normatives and not even realize it because it's so normal. Hey, hey, and new Chad Harry, the new subscriber. Woo! You made our day. We have a new subscriber. Welcome. Are you here to ask a question? I'm here just roasting, right? I'm just roasting. That's roasting and toasting judgmental people. I mean, I am, right? I'm still learning, like people, you know, I guess I don't really like think of myself as an intern, or print in my apprenticeship, you know, like people, have to like kind of like check in and listen to what I'm saying, and like okay, like why are you helping these people? Why do you do this? And why do you like? And so I'm just roasting and toasting there. But yes, if you have questions, feel free to ask. I'm asked. Good. Yeah, you can. Or you may ask. You certainly may if you want to. Hmm. Just roasting and toasting judgmental people. That's all. Roasting and toasting. So, uh, yeah. So the thing is, this is that when a person comes to understand that they have the ability to have a full life. And who's to say that these two people who find each other under their current adult experience in life, you know, uh, that they do not become something more than what they were before having met each other? And what about the lives on the other side? I mean, the partners, because everybody's going to take care of their children. But the lives of the partners, what if the partners who also have been extremely unhappy and uncomfortable and didn't know really what to say, or how to even express like the changes of heart and maybe the changes of feelings over time to the partner who's also unhappy? So, what does one say to that? Because if two people want to work on things, they both are going to work on things. Regardless if a person comes to a psychic and the psychic informs him that there's a man that's like, who wants to save his marriage, at least he says it. He says he does, and it's all of this, and it's all of that, and he keeps, but then he realizes that he doesn't. I don't want to say this. He wants it to. He like he's driving it that way because men can do that. Men can the men somehow know how to. They've accomplished this great method. I found is that they can create a kind of like a narrative, and they ride that narrative like, um, she doesn't like me because of my age. The argument always starts right there. Well, she doesn't like to be seen in public with me because of my age, because I'm so much more older, and she doesn't want her family to get to know me. Okay, that's fine, but what does that have to do with your wife and yourself having this baby, assuring that she has a home so that she can have a family? That's all she wants. Because if you prop her up, and you put her in a position where all she can talk is, at least I've got my man does, I got, you know, she's like, we should have a daughter who's 12 by now. Like, what's up with that? Like, yeah, I don't want to be seen out in public with you. I'm afraid to take you home because you're so much more older. No, it's deeper than that. But you keep riding that, yeah. And then the guy is like, I'll never admit that out loud that I kind of wanted to go this way. Brings her out there to where he is accurate. She comes over there to join him. She looks, he's still channeling that same energy. It's not giving her much to work with. To brag about. She's like, nothing has changed. It's like only thing that's changed is we're in another. You could have stayed in the other country and done all this. Like, I'm out. Goes back. Let's stay keep in contact because she's in love. She wants it. She wants you would love for it to magically just come together. Let her know when you're ready, when you want to do the deed, when you want to do the deal. Now that no, I'm more happy. Okay, I found out that she's gonna be okay. I can stay keeping contact. She wants to stay in keep contact when I connect with her when I want to. Like, what do you say to that? So yeah, so you had to know that there are questions that are not in a book. There are questions not in a book. They just don't go in the book. Okay, there are just answers to those questions. There are answers to the questions, and that is, of course, if a perfect stranger, I don't care if you're the most famous psychic, you turn to a man and you say, you don't really want to be in your marriage. And he's gonna say, yeah, I do. Or a woman's gonna say, how dare you? You don't know me. So it's like you have to let people kind of grace their own halls. This their halls. And you just got sometimes you gotta let people just grace their way in and discover into self discovery. Like, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful voice woman. I love reading for her. Beautiful voice, and she was enamored by a person, and of course everything we stated. The person will not. Um, is not doing well in their marriage, within their marriage, but is interested in keeping the emotional connection, the availability, and would not exit or do anything more than keeping that communication open. And at best, what one can do is try to maybe work out having some private time when you both are available, when there's availability to do so. But then at best, but it's pretty much this is the way it's gonna remain the same. So a few months later pass, it's like, I'm done. I'm leaving that. I'm like, good choice. Sometimes you gotta like allow people to grace their halls. Allow them to grace their own halls. Sometimes people they don't need the the Christian answer. Sometimes people don't need a super duper counsel like a doctor of counseling to give them a profound answer. Sometimes it's just like someone who they can listen to who's more like acting as like a spotlight. Like this is what I see in within the lights, in the confinements of the lights. This is what is available. And then they can decide if they're comfortable with being on stage and performing or not, performing whatever the actions are. Sometimes people just need that. But I love the fact that I do this without inductions or anything, like no questions to you. You don't have to tell me any information. Now, I always am polite because sometimes people can be shocked. You know, the human mind, like, wait a minute, you're a stranger. You're like, well, first of all, where are you? Like, you're of a different, ethnicity, nationality. Like, how are you gonna like? You have. I don't need to give you any answers or anything information about me. Um, so to get over that mental barrier, I will say like, if you have a question, you're very welcome to ask. Although, and then of course I kind of ego boost. So I massage you, soften you up a bit. I'll say, I would never ask you questions because your lives are so complicated or so sophisticated. I remove complicated, not complicated, sophisticated. I said your lives are so sophisticated. There's so much that you all are doing with your lives, and I'm always eager to hear what Spirit has to say. I told you I can't. I'm born with the inability to feel, but I can perceive what I should, how I should respond. And so that's why I came up with, I know what to say to you. Your lives are so sophisticated. Like, what questions could I ever ask you? If you have a question, then you'll let me know. But let me show you what I can do. Then just on my own, and then I go into reading, and without having any information, and I'm on the points of like, I was gonna. I was going to say that was going to be my next question. Then it's not. It removes the shock value. Like, oh my gosh, this perfect stranger is like where are like am I on a show? So like are you like there's like cameras here? Am I being punked? I'm like, no, I'm quite serious. I'm quite serious. So that's the way that I deal with like working with like with people. That's how I deal with it. So mhm. So that's like what really brings the readings together. The other thing is this: I cannot like what is it? I can't really um like tell people like I know people try to ask me like what how do I read, like what tool, like is it a tool that I'm using, like what tool am I using that's getting me the results that get me. um I don't think it's tools. I don't think it's tools. I think what it is just that it's psychic ability. It's the ability with the experience to do it with skill. That's my skills. I am skilled at what I do, and so and any time that I've ever tried, like explaining to people, metaphysics, it's like all these formulas start clear, and it's like going to the dream world, and they're like, excuse me, like I'm wasting their time. I'm like, don't ask a question that is, you know, that's for a classroom setting. Just ask your questions about. So I learned is like, no, I know this feels like a dream, but keep focused. We're here to answer questions. You've come with questions. Let's work on those. You know, and I'll tell people I'm like if they're just like they're just kind of just like floating. And they're like, okay, yeah. I stop it right there. Like, no, I'm not picking up. I'm not picking up on this unsure uh, WTF in energy. Like, listen, where's your mind at? What area interests you? Okay, relationships. Okay, we'll talk about your relationship that you're going to have beyond this reading. Boom. So, so help them transcend, get them on out of here. So that's how I deal with those. So so like people like coming in, and I'm just gonna make I just want to play, make the reading all uncomfortable. I'm like, no, you're not. This is my space. I'm very comfortable in my own space. So I'm gonna read you for real, and then I'm not gonna ask you any questions, and you're gonna walk away with real information. You're gonna say, you know what? Like the things I went in there to to see if he's a fool, and everything he said means something. hmm Everything he said means something. So that's the way that I work. And whew, my goodness, I went live earlier. I know I've been choosing these crazy time frames for going live. I know. Like I've been actually going live on um well today for the past like Sunday. Like I started like Sunday today to going live, and I went live like around like 7 or 8. But to be fair to me, I was working. I was working. And then I got flooded with all these calls. So that's what happened with that. Yeah, that was insane. I got flooded with all these calls. So I might try it again. To I guess go live. I'll try to go live again. I don't know when, but yeah. I mean, I know how now. I love going live on my phone, to be exact. Going live on the phone, connecting and with people, different areas. And so I guess, okay, so what's going on in terms of like expanding and growing the channel? I'm right now. I'm working on my time, so I'm getting all of my watch time in. That's my main key, my main focus. Right now, I don't need. I mean, well, I welcome subscribers. Always welcome subscribers, but um, right at the moment, it's for me. It's more about the time. So yeah, I have so far to go in terms of time, but I had a I had a pretty good uh, last month. For me, it was really good. It's just I need to keep doing it. I'm not at the place where I'm 100% like confident that YouTube is sustainable to where I can focus purely on YouTube. Not that I don't respect YouTube, but I respect, you know, the nature of business more. So, yeah. And, and this is at a grade level A point of my life. There are no room for mistakes. I have to keep and maintain an A. It can't be a B plus, nothing. It's got to be A. So that means I had to have the A plus energy just so I can do the extra. Because what I grew up with, what happens, what goes beyond A's, extracurricular. So I had to have the A plus with my job, which I'll be going to work, a few hours from now. And then I can do this would be extracurricular, and it becomes something more. I wouldn't consider it a hobby, but yeah, it could become something more. It's just right now, with extracurricular, you want to get good at it, right? You want to perfect, get perfect at it. So I'm working on it. I'm working on it, but I know that when when I think that it is not when I feel, but when I think that it's like I guess like I guess it's economically beneficial, if we could say it that way. That probably I will lend a schedule, or right now it's really about the compensation in terms of time, which that's interesting because I do consider myself to be a time psychic. I love time frames. I'm all about time frames, and I do believe that my channel is doing something different this year, 2024, like it is done in no other. And I actually have gotten some, I guess, in some interaction. I know that we have a few different open conversations going on. Um, some of the conversation that we've got going on is like with the bag of Gita, things like that. So, and of course I love ancient wisdom and knowledge and things of that nature. Working on that, still working on that, and the metaphysical part. So that's just new information. Yeah. So anyway, I think that's the next phase. I think that's the next thing. I'm still sorting. I'm still getting that sorted. So, but right now I needed to see how things flow. Get into a nice flow. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. When do I think it will? Let me see. Um. Hmm. When do I think? Uh. I gotta check. Let me. I have to check. I'm not sure because I'm supposed to be releasing like a ton of or a few recorded videos that are more gonna be like teaching. In fact, definitely the Bhagavad Gita. Some of it's gonna be Bhagavad Gita. Some of it might be metaphysic or combination of the two. So I am working on that at the moment. It's a matter of how do I want to present them. That's what I'm challenged with because I also the same that I need to do here. I don't what I I'm in a dilemma because I really don't want this to put the same videos. I don't mind talking about the topics, but I don't want to put the same videos on other platform. Like what I talk about in other spaces and the way I deliver is going to be much different than, let's say, the way that I do this with YouTube. Different conversation. So I want to offer something different. But at times, yes, it will be nice to like, which I will or I can do actually. I can stream in both at simultaneously live if I want, but like I don't want the same videos in memberships here on YouTube and then the same in subscriptions in another one. I want totally different. I know it sounds like a lot. And so in my brain is like, yeah, but we need to produce 50 videos. So like, okay, so if my net is 50 videos, however many I, split into two. And also, I mean, I only have 40 videos, and not all of them I really, I mean, a lot of, there's a few of them I'm ready to, private them, just like right now, as of right now, I have 40 videos, and this is what I'm able to accomplish with only 40 videos. Well, now I'm gonna have 41. So I'm also reaching. So I have to say, like numerology, right? I'm reaching my 50th mark. So I might need to. I probably will have my answers once I like do 8 other from this one apart from this live stream, 8 other videos, then it'll all come back to me. I'll probably start be able to see how I want to begin implementing other videos, something like that. It'll probably make more sense to me when I get like the halfway mark. I know some people say, well, like see what you could do when you have 100 videos. I haven't reached I don't think I've never had 100 videos on my channel ever. And so this is really like the year that I even like really began sitting in. I mean, I would do videos, and when I do them, I would, I would spend a great deal of time at the, but this is the first time that I actually am seeing like I guess any assertion on YouTube's part. So I'm still trying to fathom that. Like, what I'm not sure what that's even going to look like. It's like I'm. Let me see. Let me. I don't know how to say it in your language. It's like this, the hermit. And it feels like this, like I'm like walking through the catacombs, and I've got my staff, and I've got the lantern, and I've got my robes, and I'm like, okay, let's figure this out. Let's figure this out. Let's figure this out. So I'm pretty sure it'll come together for me. It will. I just want to make sure that I have to enjoy it. I got to set this up where it's not everybody's way, it's like my way. I have to make sure that it's not everybody else's fun and excitement, it's my excitement. I don't want it to feel like I traded out a job for another job. I don't even want to think of like in the idea of I'm trying to create this to quit my job or something like that, because I don't really consider I mean it is a job, but I don't consider it like something that you clock in and you're like dreading it. Like I don't dread my work. It's my life's work, and I enjoy it. So I have to maintain and keep the joy in the reading. So I have to I have to do it my way, as excruciating, as awkward, as uncomfortable it may be for, the viewers and myself at times, I still better enjoy it. Like I decide, right now I'm enjoying just, you know, being able to live stream. I'm enjoying this right now and talk about anything that I want to talk about. So, and knowing that I'm going to do many readings today, I know without it's not even in my hour. It's not even the 12th yet. But I know the 12th, I'm gonna have a busy day. I'm gonna be doing readings all day. And I can go, and I have infinite time. I can go live throughout the day while I'm actually in between calls. And when I get a call, I can, like, say, hey, gotta exit. I'll be back. So I can do that if I want to. And or I can wait till, because midday, my time, that's when I like log out. I can start going live then. So yeah, so I got to make sure that I'm also am enjoying it. That I'm not making this into, like, okay, like I'm on everybody else's time schedule and or clock, and it has to be enjoyable. So I'm making sure that I'm at peace, because I don't want this to substitute out what I do. It's supposed to. It can be a beautiful extension to what I do. Now I like the sound of that, and to me, it's worth the investing. So I can invest in this space. I can invest in this. So I will and can do that. Absolutely. Oh my gosh. So at the moment, oh my gosh. What's going on with my decks of cards? Okay. Yeah, I need to get these decks nice and shuffled so I can be ahead of the game. Yeah, I still needed to do my traditional reading and see what we gather here. Let's see. Um, let's see. The traditional read. Hold on. Make sure nice and shuffled. Okay. All right. So, whoops. I'm just going to just put out a few cards. This is just to get a simple sense of what is next, what is happening. So it says the Chariot, the home. Okay. Chariot, home, justice. Really? The Knight, the Wheel of Fortune, the Lovers. Really? The 10, Wisdom. Okay. Wisdom, organization, organizing. Hearts and bandages, versus the future of prosperity and wisdom, met with two different paths, important decisions to make. To to turn the tide will bring in genuine partnership, okay, to maneuver. But, oh, this is a time of balancing the scales. Oh my gosh. So there's a lot of things that needs to be considered, contemplated. There's a lot of contemplation here. My goodness. So if there's a lot of contemplation, exactly what does that mean for us? What does that contemplation? So in the contemplation of things, what that's going to represent is, see, here it is. The Chariot, the Nine of Swords, and the Justice. That means there's a lot of thinking going on here. And it's a matter of finding balance, it's corrections, but it requires a call. It's like make the call already. It requires something. So that's where we're at. Okay. So we have here 12. I love 15. My goodness. They kind of want me to go a little bit further out. And in this sense, there's, okay, and everything is sort of new. Finding out that, like, it's like these are the big toys. You have the big systems here that, and it's like you're new here, which I knew that was going to happen. I knew that because there are people who are seasoned out as new people are coming in, successors are coming in. And of course, when they arrive, you have all of these systems at your fingertips, or if you're creating this from ground up, you've got all of these materials and resources at your fingertips. And you're having to sort of fight your way through on the spot. I knew it. There's the Judgment. I knew Judgment wasn't going to be too far away from the Justice. Did we? Okay, so, okay, that's where it, hold on, threes. Wow. 333 to the pot, like, it's really about manifestation, isn't it? Manifestation through creation. That Judgment side, this path right here is what people have been going through. We all been going through it. But this is what it takes to, this place is necessary to take on the actual, so we need the ability to completely immerse ourselves in the realm of actions, in the realm of actually doing. This is a time of doing, because everything has fallen into place, yes, but then there's manifest. So this is talking about, all right, now having manifest, shouldn't you be doing something, like getting to work? That's really what it means. Ooh, I felt that one. So that's where that is. That's where this is coming from. It's coming from manifestation, manifest. Now that it's manifest, now let's do the work. That's what it means. That is insane. That is crazy. That is crazy. Well, I'm going to keep encouraging people. Oh my gosh. All day, well, when I was reading, all my readings were like so heart centered, and I loved it. I wonder if I can tap into that vibration. I was pulling on a different energy frequency. This energy was like love energy. It was like love energy. It had nothing to do with like positivity. It was just like just loving, um, showing care for another, for a human being. That's how I presented, uh, what it was still today, or well, this earlier, when I was doing readings, and I liked it. I liked it. I like working with that, working with those energies. Yeah, I can work with those energies. I can. Sometimes, I know, I mean, because there are the other side of energy that can be a bit, I guess, challenging because something may comes across as being obnoxious or judgmental sometimes. But yeah, I can tap into that. I'm gonna try it again and repeat that because I had a successful today. Yeah, it was a very good day. And so that's why I decided to go live. So I said, let me go live right now. Oh, I found a way that I can, before I go live, I can even, what do you call it? Do an intro. It's like an intro. Tarot Destroyer, what is up, Tarot Destroyer? 7 years ago, my parents were eating. Have never forgotten it. Well, that's a lot. That is a lot. That is a lot. I um uh, people have shown have are like, to be honest, people are kind of fed up with their they're like, right now I just want my parent to behave, or like lie in the bed they made, kind of. I think everybody's kind of been feeling that. Like myself, I've been thinking of, like, for the past few days, I'm like, it kind of feels good to not to stress over, like, I'm like, it's time to start realizing that you are the star. You are the star. Like a lot of times parents, it's like they introduce themselves into your space when something is like, when it's like urgent, and then they exit out of your world, out of your space in an urgent way. And it's like, keep that. No, yeah, yeah. I'm not gonna chase that. And I'm not going to, like, I don't want to, like, your kind of movies you enjoyed in your youth, in your prime. Those movies are toxic, and prejudice and terrible for the humanity and consciousness. I'm not gonna make you into a star. I like I'm celebrating my life and my youth, and I'm gonna use my youth or my energy on me and my love. Like, it's not about you anymore. And I'm not gonna come in. What happened now? You need me? Oh no, really? Oh my gosh. Well, can I get you anything? You need me to cover the bill? I'm like, and before they exit, they're like, Oh, by the way, you know, if you want to cover, if you want to cover the backdrop, I'm like, why am I handling your affairs? Handle your affairs. I'm not here to make you. No, I got children. I'm not here. I'm not gonna make you into the star. You're not the star. You once were. You once were the. You were the top gymnast. You got all the gold medals. Now there's other people who now need to. They know. They graduated. Into college. Woo! Your grandchildren, not you. Not clapping for you. Yeah, oh, yeah. Oh, this is not your. This is not your moment. Yeah, yeah. Thank you. I've been feeling that too. My dad. I'm like, oh my gosh. I had when I went I start when I started. Okay, so they get upset at me because I start working with people. Hi Shelly Renee. I start working with people, right? And they get mad at me because I'm helping people, right? And I'm and I'm doing all kind of things and on in the scenes and things like that. And they're like, then they want, of course they're gonna like, well, where's all my family, where are all my people? I'm like, you want me to go chasing after all of these people again that actually I raised. I like, I got rid of all of you. And I'm like, and I'm not gonna say my cousin's name, but I put little in front of it. If that gives you any idea what I'm talking about, I was like little, and you just fill in whatever the name. Like, uh, I grew up, and now I'm gonna enjoy the rest of all of me, and I don't have to think. Okay, I I got to think about. I got to be mindful of you. It's not about you anymore. And then you know what? I kept going. I started working my way up to the parents. So I came in, I covered. I was like, okay, 20 grand, blah blah blah. It's like, all right, now they can live their lives. That to in my mind, they're living their lives swell, and I do not need to be following after them. No, I do not. And they've traveled the world. I have not traveled the world. They just wanted to travel the world. So um, they both got licenses to drive truck and hit the road. Like they do stuff like that. Like they're brilliant. Like my dad, he can work with like very wealthy, prominent like rich people's, like it's their children and they have special needs. So he does that. And then my mom, she got the nursing, but then they said, well, they want to travel, so they got the licenses that allows them to drive truck and drive, and they've gone to just all over the places, all 50 states. So I'm like, why am I chasing after you? Like I'm not chasing after y'all anymore. So hi Libra. Yeah, so yeah, I don't chase after. Yeah, they get a little jealous. They do. They get jealous. I think of you all. They get jealous of what I'm able to do for you all that I don't need to do for them anymore. It's like you're helping people. You got this and you got that, but what about this? They always throw that back at me. I'm like, yeah, and I also did this for you too and got you out of this. And and every time that you come in, you're you it's like you come in toxic, you leave toxic. And then if I you. I'm chasing toxic. So it's probably best that I not, like perceive you in any context. And I told, my cousins, I was like, if you need to move on and live your life now, I'm okay with that. Like, and by the way, I'm kicking you off my all of my social medias because you have my number. You can call. You don't since this Bob just this since you can't act right. You like this is my day, and you're ruining my special day, my moment. Over over because it's over 500 smiles and you're ruining my moment. Oh boy, you off my social medias for good. For good. You can always call. Yeah. So that's what I did. And then so I could keep doing the work that I do psychically. Cause I'm not gonna my parents thinking that they can do what you all do, like psychic vampire me. Like they see y'all doing it, then they think I'm gonna let them do it. So, that kind of business going, yeah. So yeah, they don't have my abilities. They do not have my abilities. Yeah. So, in fact, their friends and family and people who right would reach out to them to get in touch with me to pray for them. At the time they used the word prayer, or which now today it's me sending energy and and to do readings and to give advice, and I would read poker cards, and they would ask for those readings through my poker cards, and I would spend hours reading from. Now, of course, they would go and then usually they at least prepare a meal. They cook something, so they don't have access to that anymore. And I think when they see like what I'm doing with you all, like they get, it bothers them for some reason. So I that's when I knew that like, fine, you all can't be in this. This has nothing to do with blood. It's just that you all are not in the right space, in the right spirit, in the right mindset. And so I got rid of all of the members of family and put them on the outside of things. Yeah, yeah. I had to make that choice. I had to make the choice. I made that call years ago. I feel good. And I know they're frustrated. They were so insane that rather than calling my number that they actually have during the pandemic, they actually called my job. They called my job, you all. They've sent law enforcement. My family don't realize the authority that I have. They don't know that. I try to explain to them, but they think it's a joke. I mean, they start smiling, and they know how family members are. They don't see you. They see you as the way you grew up with them. So and I relayed to them. I was like, from now on, reject. Like I told everybody to reject them. Like they cannot extend any information. They can't pass on messages to me. They're trying to get a hold of me. They got to contact me directly, and it was done. so so yeah. So I had to use the whip on my own my family first. Who did I use the whip on first? Right, the moment I got my master's. Right, who did I use the whip on first? Strangers, customers, or family? Family. And I mean intricate blood family first. They're the first ones the bull like the bull whip. Hmm. So yeah, I'm the one with the veil. I'm the seer. I'm the one. It's me. It's me. It isn't anybody else. It's me. So you can't get this from mama. You can't get this from daddy. You can't get this from a cousin. You know, it's I'm the one that does the readings. Okay. I asked them, do they know any family members? And they said that my great grandmother, I am my great grandmother. I truly believe that. There's partial gifts of hers that translate into my life. Like she read the tea leaves. I don't read the tea leaves. It's messy and I like the tarot cards. She write names in Bible. I write names, but I like to put them in a place of prayer. I also put it in like my book. I can kind of like jot down a name and like the intention and like what I'm channeling, like maybe for like a prayer or protection, things like that. Um, she knew like people would turn up at the doorstep, or the porch step, I should say, and because she would be on the porch and she would interact with them and she would know where they come from, where they were going, without them saying a word. And I also do that. I would hear the knock at the door. I'm not supposed to answer the door, but I answered the door, and then they would tell me their name, and then I would go back and tell all of their business. And then my parents are like, they told you all that. Then they go and so well, invite them in, tell them come here, and everything I said they were going to ask for, the exact amount, etc. There's somebody at the door. They hear for money, and they're asking for money, if they can borrow money, and it's like they tell you all that, like, because like what adult is going to tell a child like could go ask your like is your parents here? Could you ask your parents if I can borrow this X amount of money for this reason, and tell them that I'd be extremely grateful. Who's going to tell a child that? So but they would say, oh yeah, your parents know me. Okay, wait just a moment, and I'll be right back. I'll close the door, lock it, go and tell them the whole story. Like they're gonna ask for money, it's like, and they want this amount of money, and they're like, they told you all that, and then it's exactly what would happen. So my great grandmother, who I believe that was me. I am my great grandmother. So she would do they well the way it was explained to me is that she would do that as well. And yeah, and here's a Bible and one of many special books. I love Robert Wang. That man he's great. Now I'm not saying I agree with his spiritual viewpoint, but the information, the knowledge in itself is impeccable, and I know where to properly put it. Like I can get a nice astrological book, which I like. I have this one, right? So I have the nice astrological book, but I know where all the dates actually go. That kind of thing. Yeah. Like a ficus here, when this book is written, right? A ficus is like a constellation only. In fact, it's more like, I believe it's like cosmic, and so it's not recognized as part of the wheel yet, which that's fascinating because it is now part of the wheel. Let me see if it is it in this one. I don't know. Maybe I'm out of context here. Uh, oh yeah. Hold on. I don't know. Oh, I'm out of context. It's not this one. It's another book I've got, but it's a great book. I thought it was in this one where it has the different constellations in it. Uh, I could have sworn that this is. It's got to be. I'm just not looking in the right place. But anyways, I just know where to correctly put everything. So they oh yeah, the decadence. It's in this one. Yeah, it's talking about the decadence and things like that. And the constellations in which it does. Yep, here it is. I was on the page right there. I even written in it like the equivalent of the minor arcana. Yeah, I was in. I must have been uh, I must have gone into you know ritual. A ficus, the serpent holder, who was a child, vanquished his serpent enemies. A ficus symbolizes victory over adversary. That's the Christian aspect. The victory over the adversity or adversary. Um, the planet here is wrong. The planetary ruler, but in the decadent, it's correct though. Jupiter, but as a constellation, it's Pluto. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, yeah, yeah. So, yeah, and um, so with all of the, the oops, with the studies, so everything that's going on with all of the studies and things that I'm doing, which I'm wanting to actually bring into the conversations, into the where the channel is going. But so this is my book. So I'm keeping like record of everything that I'm working on, and I'm growing and getting better at it. My last name is that's the Reed. This is Reed, and this is the formula from last year. It's very pretty. I love white ink, and white ink ain't cheap. But this is what it looks like, and there's like it always ends up with this answers. Mhm. So that's why I like for educational purpose, like desperately, I need to get my channel like really going because it's an extension to my work. That's why I've got many types of like books and fun, interesting things to share that I can someday put into a book to share with you all, and present it and see what you all, when you after you upon reading the book, what you think about it. So, um, and at the same time, heal like work on healing together because I have traumas too. Um, but I'm also an Aries. I'm male, and so I understand that I have certain, and also my upbringing afforded me certain like privileges, things like that. Even to the point of privileges that I rejected because I saw that it would not. It was exhilarating, but every time I would come down, I feel like a total idiot. I am a moron. I know nothing. It's like okay, I'm an empty-headed, exhilarating force of power. But I sought after like knowledge, and I could stay up there, or I could connect with people. And the spirit journey felt that the connection with people, and which means touching and interacting with people. And but I would I would find true understanding and grounding, and where I would exhilarate up to of not having any information in my brain. This area always left me with some knowledge, some information. So it changed my whole perspectives on things. I don't like at times when being blessed to do so many things that the world opened itself up to me for a time. I saw it those moments as a blessing, and instead of going there, as a retreat, I would go there for like a spiritual connection to the land. So it's more like I was very selective of where I would go, and so when I would go there, or where I would stay as well, and I would just like connect with the energies there, like, because what I found is that up here, I did this made me very, when I was up here, right, above sea level, right, it felt like it's almost like every day, like it's like like there was a disconnect, like there was something that I was always forgetting, like that need to chase in more and more, which I love, there's nothing like, like you get this high and you're like, now you can you can give your own self a loan, you can, now you're up here, now you got all of these major, you know, um, financial institutions that want to work with you, all of that, right? You get all of these perks, right? Okay. But when I was up there, personally, when I was up there, I feel like it was like, it wasn't my energy. It was like someone else's energy. And then I realized I'm actually living on someone else's energy. This is not my energy. That's why it doesn't feel right. It never felt welcoming. It almost felt like I was in a shoebox and somebody had poked holes on sides, and all this light's pouring in, and I'm like doing whatever I want to do, but there's a mean ass scientist, excuse me, mean scientist looking into the peephole, like, you know, hating on me. And I'm like, and it's like the scientists know when I'm going to sit, when I gotta go do my deeds, and when I gotta go eat, when I'm going to eat, where they know, like, I'm going to go travel. They know, and they speak. They interact and speak on that. And I was like, I want out of this. I want out. I want out. So I left. I started working against that energy, and then I found out that no, this is a real energy. You start pushing that energy is going to respond, because behind that energy is another person, it's another human being. They may be in a position where they're like your titan, and they are not always on your side. If they're not on your side, you will know it. If they for you at the time, you're going to feel like, if especially if they just, it may not be even genuine, but you're gonna like it's like, this is borrowed energy, definitely borrowed. And so I felt like it was energy that I love the sense of the feeling of competing in my arena, but then you're gonna realize that, what if there is an arena for sure, but what if, because it's, this arena is made by just regular people, it's not like made by like a room full of councilmen, we're talking about like regular people, right? And they shape the rules, change the rules whenever they like, whenever they feel. And then what do you think? And how much mercy did you really have to give up? It made me do some, like, I really began to think about this. I'm like, am I living life for, because I always felt like I was, okay, living and breathing, but it was like I was absorbing another person's breath, another person's energy, another person's, whatever essence. So then I said, what I want to do is, okay, so a prophetess told me, she says, if you want to be rich or wealthy, you got to sew up. You got to connect with people or give money to rich people. If you want to be healthy, you got to sew down. That means you got to go to where there's place of restoration, basically. And usually that's going to be where people are, you know, they're just frugal. They don't mean, it doesn't have to be associated with poverty, but it's definitely what I say frugal. They live like a frugal, more naturalized lifestyle. And so what I wanted to do, being that I started studying, you know, the metaphysical science, university of metaphysics, blah blah blah. Becoming well-rounded, being a practitioner, applying these, and that's so I started using these programs, to try to bring this real life experiences, my own life experiences into my journey. And what happened was is that I beg began seeking, how do I raise wealth from the place of restoration? So I want everything that's up here, but I want it down here. I want to grow it from down here. Nothing about like building from the ground up, but I mean, I want the energy that I experience up here, but I want it from here. Because when I was up here, also, I looked great, but I didn't, I could, I was on overdrive and running, exercise, all that, stretching, all that, doing the splits, all that, did it right, did it all right, great skin, glowing, right, okay. Hair looked like twisted, you know, beads, black beads, beautiful, right, beautiful, handsome, dasher, dapper, I've done that, the tie, the suit, a beauty queen pageant got me dressed for the red carpet, you know, out of a long stretch limo, with limelights at the bottom, okay, yeah, did it, okay. But was it my energy? It was not mine. It was borrowed energy. And so I wanted I want that, I want the energy, not the things I had there, none of that. I don't want none of that. But I want it in the place of restoration. I wanted to grow it from the restoration side. And then I want to, as I'm doing this, right? So I'm helping even, like, let's say people who are up there, or people who are just, they just want to just grow, like, I deal with a person who, did the labor work and the 12-hour shifts and things like that. I think we've all done that, right? I've done it through the pandemic. And she is now a team lead. So, and the job that she took on, before us having met and we, were doing the reading, I got her confidence back up again. Now she says, I work long hours, but the money's good. Now I want to be that team lead. And I said, don't worry, you're going to be the team lead and you're going to find out through a friend. And a friend out of nowhere, 5 years back, out of the blue, happens to be a team lead, find out in the conversation and asking her, hey, weren't you a team lead? Why don't you, you got to send in your resume. I told her, you got to get your resume together. Well, I haven't done anything for 5 years as a team lead. It's like, no, you've done a lot. Think about it. Everything that you've learned up to this point, in addition to you knowing what you know as a team lead already, that's a lot of qualification there. Special skill, and you could say, something to the phrase of, I noticed that, how important it is, the relationship between a team lead and the people on the team. And I take great, you know, you know, respect or honor, to assure that each of my team members are valued. Now, actually being a part of the team, that is being led, things like that. So, yeah. So that's how I'm using my abilities, what I've learned, to helping, and of course, helping rich get richer, of course. um, so that, that's I mean, that's what we, want to do. So I want to continue to grow in that space in that way, and I just have a different view, on what true wealth is, and Also, I think that one can be wealthy being a practitioner, because we're a practitioner. A practitioner, this is what a practitioner is. A practitioner is not someone who knows a lot of information, right, on what to practice. A practitioner is someone who puts into practice these principles into their own lives. That's what a practitioner is. When you can put the principles that you talk about into life, into real life in the moment, in the present time of your world, that is a practitioner. So I'm now encouraging people, like wealthy or people that just they're wealthy in their own right, right? They that they can experience wealth in financials as well as in happiness, in their joy. They can really enjoy themselves. They can enjoy life. They can be happy in a marriage or a relationship. Because some people were like, oh my gosh, I'm getting all these things psychic, just as everything you said. Does this mean that I have to like cash in on, like, now I have to forever be single? I'm like, no, sweetheart, we're going for it all. Like, we want a well-rounded life. Well-rounded life means we're going to get it all. We want the finances, the great job, respect from people who employ us. Thank God they employ us, and also love and respect from our partners, and respect from the children, and respect from the ex. And so we're who come to know you, that you're more beautiful than you ever have been. Today, and you're thriving in life, and you're not mad at them, and you're focused on just now living lively. You're alive, and you're living whole and complete. So that's what I work with people in doing. So even people like some people I work with, well established, no need to worry, no worries whatsoever. So yeah, so that's what I do. And I have to keep my family members completely out of it, because they see that, they get jealous of that. Because they have bad intentions. So that's why the gift didn't fall to them. That's why it fell to me. God or goddess knew, which one of us needed it, and which one of us would use it properly. It was me. It was me. I knew what to do with it. So that's why I love being able to come online, despite like my family members can't come at me, but I love being able to come online and nobody to say, "Oh no, you're a scumbag," And they people know me from 7 years back, 20 something odd years back. I've had people from my teenage years catch up with me and remember the readings that we shared together. We had so many experiences, but they remember word for word the readings. And we be thinking that teenage people don't pay attention. They are paying attention to you. I mean, I know you're not a teen. I don't speak to teens, but I'm just saying, when you're a teen, you're like, oh, that they weren't paying me no mind. We were just talking. They don't remember none of. But then, no, they came to me. The first thing they said, everything you said, and it's call me by my name, Isaiah. Everything you said, I got the children, from the children accurate, the amount of children, the degree I have now, my life, like everything you said. I'm like, you remember that entire conversation, then? Because I know I was reading over an hour, because I'm trying to get practice in. And sometimes I would read poker cards, and I had also my first tarot deck that I had to earn. And the way that I earned that deck is that I met a lady, and I read her poker cards, because she asked me what I was interested in. I said, well, I have something that I know how to do. And so I read her cards. She says, you need tarot cards. And so she she said so basically I had to show her how well I could read with regular cards. Then she bought me my first tarot deck and the first book. And then she says, once you read the entire book and give me a reading, and if I say you pass, we'll come back and we'll get the second book. And the name of the bookstore is famous. You know, all the like underground people know this bookstore. I think it's called like the Third Eye Bookstore. That's like my first metaphysical bookstore. It's in Tulsa, the rich city of Oklahoma, Tulsa, Oklahoma, the Third Eye. In fact, you know, there's no such as like it's like, just show me where. So we went and seen. We went to the Third Eye bookstore. I don't recall getting anything from the store. I don't recall. Maybe she did. Maybe she. Well, at least now she know it truly does exist, and she was hilarious. That's why we became friends. I mean, like she made me laugh so hard. I remember laughing so hard that. Have you ever met a person who make you laugh so hard that literally your bones hurt? That's how funny she was. And I was like, in my mind, I was thinking, I was hoping she would try to become a comedian because she was so funny. But yeah, but yeah, that's how I acquired my first tarot deck, and then I began reading for like a test reading for people. That's my journey. So that's how my journey began. So you know, it went from family members telling me, like, get rid of my tarot cards. If they saw them lying around, what they would do, empty threats, things like that. And to now they're seeing me online, like living my life and, doing photo shoots. I've had to travel for work and, do things. And they're like, and when they needed me, that's where the money came from, by the way. So, you know, I mean, that's just, so, yeah. So I'm totally vindicated from that. And like, again, like so all the stuff about me, all the things like this would be the time to like, career assassinate me now. And so, you know, or don't steal me away out of my career. Like hide your face because you was so this and that to the other. I don't have like there's no scam report. There's no okay. So out of curiosity, when I worked for a major company, I'd rather not say their name. I'm trying not to go in on them anymore. I think some people have suffered enough, and it's so the I just went snooping. I was like, well, let me see, and I found some across this forum. The only thing that they could say in a forum where they could freely speak, they said that um, I don't they don't they I don't they don't like how I don't have to connect with them. So I and that was a thing. They wanted me to it's all like connect because through the connection because you all would feel comfortable and then they in their minds want to work with me. And in my head I'm saying I don't, my gift doesn't need me to ask questions because to connect means asking you questions like, what is your birthday? Oh, that's your star sign. Okay, like I don't need that. I don't need to do that. So and so they say, well, you're reading. You're like, why are you so cold? Like, how can you help somebody in 5 minutes? Or, like, it became a matter of, like the time spent. But this is also what they had to recognize. These are the people who contact me back regularly, and in fact, I defied their algorithm and I was in the like, okay, so everything is algorithmic, of course, right? Like you have it on YouTube. If you're the best of the best, make it to the first page and make it to the number one spots, You only get those spots if the numbers are right. So people would contact me, but I've always had this trouble since grade school. Like, not there's like you didn't. Why do you? How do you do this answer? You got to show the work exactly the way I show you. So they're trying to make me like the teacher does. Like you got to do this exactly the way I show you because they need to mark it. They need to write it down from a business point of view and then redo it because as a business model. But I couldn't. I can't provide that because my gifting, it's in operation, doesn't require the the input that they are suggesting. So that's where we always had a problem. We started really having a problem there. This love hate with empathy. I just don't possess. I was born without it. I don't have it. Maybe it was through the conditioning of the upbringing. I just don't have it like that. I'm not available in that way. Um, I display the care by coming by perception. I perceive someone needs help. I go out of my mind to help that, like out of my comfort zone to help that person. And to the point where I will put myself in an uncomfortable position and read the person without asking any of the information that they need me to answer, so that when they say connection and and ask questions, it's okay to ask questions. That's because when they play it back and they want to email you, they know what you want to know because you told me so. You see, I don't need that though. I just know. So I started to develop a connection with my client and not with the business. And they put me in the number one spot. I'd be just sitting there and I'd feel all that up there. Remember, I'd feel all that energy, animosity, like feeling like the rat, the mousy, the beautiful mousy, right? With the holes and the lights. I'm in the lights. I'm like living my life. Like, yeah, look at me. I'm at the top. And they're like, and you see this big eyeball and this angry eyeball. And I was like, gosh, I gotta get out of this vibe. I gotta get out of here. So eventually, it allowed me to to leave and exit that space. And now I'm in a place where I can, I don't have that kind of restraint. And oh, by the way that I read now, they even asked me today, they asked me like, how do you do that? Like, how do you read? Like, what tool, is it your tool? Like, what tool are you using? Like, what, or like, I want to use the tool you're using. What's getting you these results? I'm like, uh, and I love the idea. I can imagine like my friends are like, yeah, you did always read those tarot cards, so you did grow up to do something with them. Okay, I see what you were doing now. I see. We thought you were a little out there. We thought you wanted to be a emo vampire, a psychic vampire witch, warlock, werewolf, doing all that running but all this whole time, you really can't read tarot cards. Like, yeah, I can read tarot cards. Well, what about all be on stage and the ballet, the dancing and the singing? What about all that? I'm like, that was for you. I was I was doing the work, and it's mandatory. So for me, it became mandatory. I was trying to get out of some of it. I was like, y'all are wearing me out thin. I was like, can I get out? Can I drop? No. It's too late in the season. You got to wrap it up in the season. And then they would trick me. They would say, guess what? This summer we gonna take a road trip. You want to come to the road trip, don't you? So I'm like, yeah, of course I do. And then we go a road trip. Then they'd be like, man, you want to be a part? I took you on a road trip because had I known that you didn't want to be part The whole point of going to a road trip is so we can all bond. Just like, if it's important to you, it's important to me. I was gaslit to the house and back. So, but it's all right. Because it taught me other things. I really do love running, though. I really do. So I still go and do trails and stuff. And stay, try to stay active. Well, like in nature. I like look because we be all out in the nature, so I really love doing that. Now, still to this day, I still do it, and um, yeah. So I've read for my teachers, of course, classmates, as I stated. So I also have clients, when I was in my youngest, my first steps into being a phone psychic, they even bump into me, and I'm never approached with animosity. They're very friendly, like meeting an old friend. They could be like, if my if I had like family members that were like okay, this would be, in my mind, this is how they would behave. They're like, hey, I remember you 7 years back. Yeah, I'm trying to remember, and they're like, yeah, like this is such such in you psychic line, and this was your psychic name. I'm like, yeah, that was I remember. Yeah, that was like my first psychic. Wow. So like when you're approached like that, that means like so much to me, because that just validates that I mean, there were so many times where I had like these dress shirts, and I had the pocket, and I'd be sitting there, and protecting my cards, and I've got, and of course I'm, young minded, impressionable, like any other, right? And those speech, like trying to get me to trying to talk me out of, like, hey, why don't you put those tarot cards down, pick up pick up the Bible, and put those cards outside under a rock. And they know full on well that I intend to look into the magic book that I have and cast a magical spell on how to raise winds and rain that night. And I don't know where in the world they think I'm going to take my tarot cards and put them under a rock when they're going to potentially get wet. Even I know better than that as a young age, because as young people, they do try that, they do that stuff. So it's, which they did not know of that material that I had come in contact with. I was just interested just to see, like what's the deal, like what's up, because I was like, well, I know this is real, so what else is real? That's what I was trying to figure out before I would start to get into Kabbalah. What I came out on the other side with is that Kabbalah is probably like like whatever is tied to this is probably more authentic, because this is this plus this, and my calculus book of mathematics is somewhere in here. It's right there it's right over there under the desk. It would go on here too, because got numbers, which it takes formula, geometry. So it's astrology, the Bible, Psalms 119 makes this. And then including, you have to know history. It's like symbolic esoteric history. So esoteric knowledge, any books of abundance of esoteric knowledge and spiritual thought goes into this. So this seemed more real to me than, than the other stuff that I could participate in, because I felt that if I had this, besides being a spiritual nuisance, if I had this, what else in the world would I need? Because I would have obtained the mystical. I would have obtained God, because I would have found God, I and of course the dollar signs, and well, now pounds, the dollar signs and pounds, or whatever the currency of the nation in my eyes. So I was like, what else would I need? What else is there? So that's what I came up with. So why I chose, like, this seems more practical to me. Now, everybody's practice is their own thing. Um, I was asked today, like, like, okay, so I spend all day, right, blessing, connecting with people, and like, how do you do that? And of course, because they're interested sometimes in how am I making it, how am I surviving and doing out in the world. Like, your name is, they think my name is Donald, but yeah. So I say Donald because it annoys them. They said, "Don't you want to say Donnell?" I said, "Oh no, I just keep it simple, Donald." And then so they're like, well, there are like people, who, like, officers, like, they want to give you a ticket, like, for all year long. They want to give you a ticket. And so I said, well, that's when you use baneful. That's when you go baneful and you put the baneful in the shadows till you get, till you can move out or come out on the other side, without physical harm. So I said that was my answer. I said, yeah, that's how you do that. There's like trying to sneak in a little, well, like, you're Black American. Like, how are you like thriving in this? So like, you can maintain your spiritualism, be happy, bring joy. Yes, yes, yes. The kind of protectors that I've got, you think they're wearing like cloth diapers? Baby, I have so many at my disposal. I wouldn't have time to change all of those cloth diapers. I guarantee, trust me, they're not what you make them out to be. We're good. We're safe. You have one job only, and it's very minor. It's very minute. You just pay what you're gonna use, the time you're gonna use, the block of time, which isn't much. It's about what, like $20, $40. That's all you are in charge of when you here. Like, don't be selfish, because I helped you. I was a genie in a past life, but no, you cannot, like, okay, you helped me, take a break now. No, 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 dear. That's not how. Thank you for your time. Now, you've given me the ability to help other clients. You go and spend time with your loved ones now. Reflect on all that I've shared with you today with my guides and I. It's my guides and I. And it's you and your loved ones. Go spend time with them. So, so that so that's how it goes. That's how it goes. That's how it is. That's how it goes. Mm-hmm. Oh, so I have to watch out for that, because sometimes people get like, like they get possessive and they kind of see me as like the instrument or like the well. Like they find the fountain of youth and they're like, close down the fountain of youth. Like don't let nobody in. I was like, no, no, no. Now you receive the same help that's extended to you. Allow other people to be helped now. The blessing you've given me is the ability to help someone else. That is what we find as, like universal sharing, in the abilities, working with the collective, working with the masses. So we thank you for that. We thank you. Yeah. It's like just don't forget yourself. Just don't forget. No. What I used to irk me. I'm like, you help somebody and they're like, take a break. Gosh, take a break. Like, no, just because I helped you, that doesn't mean that my job is done. So my job is done when I say, okay, now it's my 3 days out of the 36 days that I present. Then it's like, hey, if you have an open time, would you please come in? No, no, no. So yeah, yep. So we gotta share as well. So we gotta be very sharing with others. Yeah. So no, like no gatekeeping me, and then gatekeeping knowledge, and then gatekeeping me again by not allowing me to be able to walk in my spirit journey. My spirit journey is not one of suffering. That I it may look like it, but my life is not pious. I'm very comfortable. I'm very comfortable where I'm at. Yeah, I'm not like, living this pious life. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. No, no, that's not what this is. So there's no need to give advice like, do you ever get mad? No, no. Want me to tell you how not how you don't have to get mad? What are you getting mad for? Or why does this bother you? Oh, because you don't believe you can do anything about it. Would you like to talk about how to do or what to do about it? Then you won't be mad. Hmm. Really? So that's how I work with people. Mm. Yes. Working with these sort of changes, working with fates and things like that with people. It says, "Can you do a general reading for me?" Um, I can. I absolutely can. But why not choose an area? Why not choose an area? You can choose an area and I can answer or work around a very special question in mind. I mean, I will for you. Well, since there's hearts, I see the hearts. So I could start a general, I could do a universal, well, a general, okay, I'll start with a general reading. And then if you feel so inclined to want, okay, career, okay. So we could do a general reading for Shelley. We can go into a general reading. Um, and then Lanisa, we can go into like other types of readings. Okay, so let's get just a feel for you. I'll get a feel for who you are to see what you even represent in this space. Okay, we're gonna just get a feel for. Okay, so we're gonna start with Shelley, and then as we begin bringing in other people into the universal reading, then we'll start there. Okay, so what I could see is this, because part of my abilities is not asking questions. But I like to still know what interests a person, because sometimes people just, you know, they, their mind is on one thing, and the universe will like come in and say, well, you need to be focused on this. Sometimes it's like if they're not ready to hear it, it's not going to go into their mind, and then I'll have to explain to them, and then it'll be validated, and it's all late, and I had to repeat it. It's just, yeah. Ah, ooh boy. The first thing, Renee, the first thing, Shelley, is saying we are protecting our vibrations. Opposites attract. There's a power element here in a relationship. Everything in the right timing. Shadow work. Oh boy. Married. Okay, married children. Wish comes true. Trend to transition. Transitional love is there. Okay, this is talking about a connection that in which we had to protect our vibrations. We had to protect our energy. This is about protecting one's energy. And because there's things that you're going to want now for yourself. Like it's time to start thinking about, like you may want, to have a partnership because of family. You might want partnership, and it has to be right for you, is what I'm picking up on. This is like, but they do say it can come true. Your thoughts, your wishes, transitional love into happiness. Right now, um, the underscore in all this is the ability to actually finally reach your highest, happiest state, your genuine, like perpetual, the joy of your partnerships. You have, I mean, you can reach that. That it is obtainable at this time. And slow and steady and absence. Oh boy. Sometimes I get the sense that there's somebody else who just also going to have trouble letting us go. Like somebody's going to have trouble letting you go. They're going to have trouble like they're going to be popping in, and they can make things like complex, very complex. But I also see another person who wants the full on life with you. That's what I'm picking up on. Like I want a full on life, and also in a good space, in a good energy. Yeah, they're in a good energy. Your, they say that love can happen, could strike so quickly, and your world could change so fast. But right now, it's like universe is saying you're embracing your power. They said this time you're going to. I think you're going to move into a space where you're going to say you're finally with someone, or you're going to be with someone who you feel like you can be yourself, like you could be woman. You could be like, I am myself. I am who I am. That's that's the love, that the kind of love and companionship that I can sense happening around you now. I can sense it. That's what I could see. So this is what I generally am picking up on around you. In the okay, um, the career space. Let's see what's going on here. Um, Okay, well, we're gonna see what's going on externally with Shelley, and I'll go right into I'll invite the career question for Lanisa. Lanisa said this. Lanisa says, fine, we'll do it backwards since Lisa's in the space. She's in the aura. Okay. Help. You're a helper. Okay. Risk. There is better. Oh, there's something better. Home. Oh, you're ready to make big changes. Ooh, home changes. You're ready to do big things. You're contemplating like make like being a major like provider, like anybody, provider, home establishment. Like, hey, there's something better. Like, the only risk is stepping out on this in faith. But they're saying it's easier than what one thinks. The more you explore it, the more you're going to want to take action on it, and it will bring about new money. Only thing you have to worry about is that the naysayers going to be around you. Oh, you're going to have haters. You start living well and you're taking care of your house, and they seeing that your people, your intricate people, are happy and well off. Oh boy, you got to watch out for the haters. People are like, I knew you should have did that. You didn't listen to me when I told you to do it 3 years ago. That kind of thing, and you're just gonna feel like every time this person comes around, I feel like they're blasting me with like the past or resentment because because at this time when they're coming about, from a distance, they're seeing you with this new direction, this new money, and possibilities. You have nothing to lose because the people who are present in that space where we're saying we're over here helping everybody, being a good service person, they're so uh, envious. They don't know they don't know how to act. They're so envious of you, and so it's like, what do you have to lose? They're not rooting for you, and they're not rooting against you. They're just like, only when you start to succeed, then they're like, how are you gonna just go off and start seeding? Like I didn't give you I didn't tell you to go do it. So yeah, you got to just kind of stay out of that. But oh, the other side to Shelley's question or reading, you keep Shelley, you keep getting marriage, or it's like it sounds like somebody like a soul, a true twin vibration flame is trying to activate in your life. And it's the second time they keep saying it's time, Shelley. It's like the right timing to take this romance serious. You know, it's time. You've had plenty experience, but I know why they said that. Like the what ifs. Well, you got to play it by ear. I can't force a person, and all of that. But the meeting of the halfway, it's gonna come with the timing, like you said. But the highest peak this year, this year, in the meanwhile, it's going to be about self care. It'll happen. By the way, I think it's going to be in November. They said mid-November, before you enter into the dark night, like December month. That's going to be the time when things are going to really shift for you in your heart, for sure, Shelley, for sure. You're in Ella. Oh, okay. Ooh, the move, rep, the realist. Okay, the move. Okay, okay. You're learning the tarot. Okay, well, you gonna do a channel. You know, uh, by the way, the best thing to do, if you want to take it, if you take your tarot serious and you want to do the channel, know this: they love demonstration. It's fun to see the videos, but people really like that in person interaction. They really do. So that means a lot. Like, it's easier said than done. Oh, just make a video and post it. But if you can just like do that, because you will want to post just like a video, but definitely like live. I think live and tarot card reading go like hand in glove. They go together. They're meant to be experienced, together. I'm now I'm okay, so I have a luxury. I'm not big, I have not grown, and I have not had any kind of level of interaction as much as I've had this year. And I know that. And I know why. And so I don't think of this as a job. So I'm gonna be going to work, in if some hours from now, and I know that. So I'm speaking from that heart. So like you are like wanting, like if you, like in your journey, like if this is what you're intending to do, you should absolutely like get invested and actually do it, and also do it live. Why not? We might as well do it live. And because I'm not thinking on the point of like with money, I'm not thinking about, oh yes, I do this for a living. I think it's very important to do then people can watch the recordings of those videos pretty much. So you're getting both of the worlds. And then if you're like, look, I just don't feel like going live, and you just do a recording, you'll have, oh, by the way, I do believe that, like, so far as like the first layer that the videos are pushed to are going to be like your net followers or subscribers here. So subscribers here, meaning it's going to present your video to them, and then depending on that traction, then it's sharing it with the outside beyond them, like recommended beyond, into the beyond. Um, the amount of videos, like, I also believe that, like you have to think of it as like a space. Like like you're renting a space. Okay, they think, okay, websites are like real estate, right? So whenever you do like a YouTube channel and it's requiring content, and you're like, well, why don't nobody know me? Well, how much content do you have? And because with like the more content you have, the more likely it is that people is going to find you. And of course, the people who you want to find you, it's going to be related to the kinds of content or tarot card readings that you're going to present to others. Now, I also stumbled across a channel that had over like 1,000, I think like 1,300 videos, but and and have grade A studio elements, the whole nine yard. Look great, young, fit, you know, all of that, all of the pluses, right? I'll check all the, but only like one or two people, three people, and so I know I just not it's not to disqualify that person, but I look at mine, for example. I have like oh yeah, and they have tons of subscribers. I have like this is probably going to be like my 40 40th or 41st video. I have 41 videos only. um I got a handful of subscribers. I got I think over like 7,000 subscribers, and I just now beginning to like connect with people who will join me in a live. So like, of course now I'm gonna be happy if one or two, three people, like two people, that's all I get. I'm be thrilled for one person in the chat box. I get excited just seeing one person. So so that made me think, is it really based on the amount of videos? If this person has 13,000, or like over the thousands of videos, now is that in pieces or is that like legit videos, like long form video? So I would consider, I would separate the two. Okay, so there's the shorts, there are the shorts, and then there's the long form. I would choose which one suits you best, which one is better. both of them, you can make the both of them work, but I chose long form videos, to be honest, and I don't really consider this a job, so I haven't started like, okay, uh, trying to create shorts, things like that. I dabbled in it. I know how, all of that, but that's not my interest. My interest is the more the long form, like live videos, conversational, and that's what made my the blue meter. That's where it counts. Move, like the blue lines to move, the blue leader meter to go from left to right. That's left, right. That's all I want to see. All those hours to be counted. So I would consider that. Um, yeah. So like because when I approached this, I put all the hashtags. I mean, I tried everybody's like, you got to use the hashtags. Got the hashtags. You got to add people. Got to add people. You got to put the links to your article that you talk about in the video, in the headline, in the video, in the author. I did that. Write paragraphs upon paragraphs in your description. Did that. And I'm telling you, it was me and the ghosts, and I mean that literal. It was me and the ghosts, and but it wasn't really until and I found that I don't know what is different, but going live on my phone, that's really when I began to see something different. I would go live on my laptop, but then I chose, let me go live on my phone. So I began going live on the phone, and but I also have to say this: I did see the blue lines moving, and then when I saw the blue line means you're in the algorithm. I believe that algorithm is triggered when you have X amount of videos. So I have like 40, like, okay, at the time, around 40 videos. And that means people will start clicking because there's more video where I can be kind of noticed. I'm filling up the space. And then, oh, by the way, um, rather than trying to pick a niche, it's better to create a niche. Like creating a niche yourself. Like like okay, everybody knows tarot cards, but if you speak on a very specific subject, like what is it that drew you to tarot cards? And you should hold on to that because it becomes something that you love to talk about, and you should focus all of that and into putting that into video because that's what's interesting to you, and you create enough information on about it, people come to learn more about the information you're talking about, and they can become interested about you and your affinity for tarot cards. Not just I read tarot cards as thousands of other people as well read tarot cards. But I read tarot cards, but I also like to talk about the Bhagavad Gita. I like to talk about the Bible, or I like the metaphysics of the symbols that are sometimes portrayed in the tarot cards. And then you start building on the if you can talk on this subject and create like many videos, that's when people are gonna fall in line and want to be a part. They'll be a part of it, and you'll see that when you see that line start to move, that means you're now officially tapping algorithm. You can now kind of promote in your way, promote yourself first. Like you can. That's a great way of naturally promoting yourself, and then there really is. So there that is what I think the self promotion is. And then oh, by the way, I did try the promotion, and guess what? No result. I tried the promotion bit, no result. That blue line that counts didn't grace me at all. Not even an hour. Okay, not even an hour, not even a little bit. Right? It flatline, right? Dead. He's dead. And me and the ghosts are like, they're gonna come. We just can't believe it. They're gonna come because we have information. They're gonna love and need. They're gonna want to know. If you do it that way, it will help you. I was seeing someone else I really liked and thought, oh, we connected good. Distant and stuff, which was confusing, and found out he made got somebody pregnant. So we hadn't been talking. Yeah, yes, Shelly. But you had so much love in you, and you at in this time, right where you rest in your mind right now, you have the love that is so. You see, if the love is gonna be there, the love has to be better than that. That means whoever this twin flame they're talking about, Shelly, got to be better than that than this guy, supernaturally better. He got to be extraordinary, and having all the parts that you're asking for, and then some surprises too. You're passionate about the tarot and the history. Yep, yep, definitely. One thing that I noticed is that I one thing that made me nervous or is that when other psychics call you, and they're very psychics can be egotistical, especially like when they're professional, like other professional psychics. Like they'll call your line, well, at least they do that to me. They call your line and say, well, well, I'm a psychic too. Okay, like why are you here, and what questions do you like me to ask, or what questions would you like to ask the guides and I? I'm here reading. I'm reading for you, and then and they you got to watch them too because they'll do some funny, they do some weird, like coworker stuff. Like they'll like try to. Well, what I do is that I sometimes I scout around, and I find other psychics, and clearly you don't get it. What I'm saying is that it's very rare to actually like really compliment other psychics because I'm like top psychic where I'm at, and I think that you should apply with us and be paid what you're worth, and like tell you point blank like that. And guess what? They know what you know. They know that all the calls are recorded, like what I'm supposed to. So you want me to put my job at risk and say, okay, could you please give me that number into the website? Then I contact you and say, oh, your manager, hiring manager, say, oh, I'm so sorry. Who told you the information? We don't have any openings. So you got to be careful and watch out for that. And by the way, they could say all those things, and you're fine exactly where you're at. So, like for example, the person who contacted me contacted me through one of the famous psychics who I'm already working with and answering calls for, because I'm under five famous psychics, right? So one, I'm not going to say the name of the famous psychic, but this person's top reader, is was like listening to me read and then said what they said, and I'm like, you can't guarantee anything. If you're like, if you in my mind, I'm like heated. I'm like, it was such an insult, you know. And it's like you don't get it, so you could be paid what you're worth. And if they are so powerful, what they would have done professionally, they would not put me at stake. They would have contacted the company who works with me and work out an agreement. And because they're so generous, then write up a new contract in which we all can win. That's what I'm thinking. Like, no, we suffered together. We are gonna rise together. So I'm like, no, I spoke with the company actually, and I told them, I said, look, we I like to be number one. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm a bit competitive. I want to be the number one. If you're trying to, whatever you're trying to do, what you ever define what number one is, I want to help you get to the number one place. That was my you introduction of well, somewhere in there in the body, and it's letting them know that I'm here to excel and I want to do great things with them. And so I, in my mind, well, being that you're the person who you work under is famous, why don't they, in their famous meeting, discuss me and saying, "Hey, we should, make make a new type of tier, and we can offer and extend this as an updated agreement, a contract, and they work out that between, you know, I was like, no, like be careful because they will, now if the other then as quick as they'll behave like that, they'll claim that there's so much of a stickler. I'm so stickler. I'm traditional, and psychics, have to have a certain amount of ethic and professionalism, and don't trust them as far as you can throw them. Okay, which you not those psychics love are foodies, and you're not gonna throw a psychic that very far, baby. Don't try. Don't be ready. Be ready if you decide to go that route too. So you definitely what you're gonna want to do is like I would say if you're lucky. Now, I love the experience of working with a psychic hotline because it does help with, it builds character. Um, Ethics, I came in with ethics. You can learn ethics, but you can learn to apply ethics and value because the values that you bring to the line doesn't mean that the company you associate share those same values. So definitely, in terms of like that, like the history of tarot card reading, phone psychics, phone psychics started, hotlines started in bookstores. They weren't called, hotlines. They were called bookstores. So you, so they went from where the psychic had to go clock in somewhat at a bookstore to where now they're able to read from home. And the tarot cards, like in terms of a history, it has a very, if you sit now, depending on the deck, but this is the traditional, like this is the traditional basic, like the people think it's basic, but no, this is like the original, right? The original deck. When you think of tarot cards, this is the deck that they're going to use on TV unless it's a gypsy deck, which is that gypsy word, by the way, is derogatory. So, if you ever get into they start talking gypsy language, you might keep an eye on them because you don't know what they're saying about you when you're absent. So, yeah. So, it was Christian. So, like, there's heavy Christian symbolisms that people will, this is what I don't get. People run away from Christianity. They run to tarot cards to find out later, as because you keep reading and studying, that these were developed by a Roman Catholic European male. So, and that the royalties, they're not going to play that. He can't be Illuminati. You might be a tarot card Illuminati reading, fastest reader in all of the South. But in his day, yeah, he had to like tell the story of the New Testament. so and then of course you start to study more and more, and then you can start applying where those other subtle elements that talk about astrology and things like that. So, yep. So it's good to know history. You read the books, except, yep. Some things that aren't, like if you when you really know the information, you will better pick up books and it's wrong. You could tell that they put their own little spin to it. Yeah. Marriage. I don't know about that marriage. Well, marriage is definitely what people can create it to be because but because I believe that people marry psychically first, Shelly. They do. People will marry. We marry psychically first. Like, oh shoot, we're married, and then you might decide if the climate's right and the money's right to actually make it on paper. But yeah, people, twin flames find each other. I'm listening. Good. You're giving me good. Uh huh. Exactly. Yeah, I want to give you the advantage. I want to give you the advantage. And I like to just give you the answers. Like, here it is. This is raw, but it could be extremely financially rewarding. It could be spiritually because you're actually helping people rewarding. I don't think that every area or every company that you decide to work with can be financially rewarding. I don't believe that because there's some terrible companies to work for, and you will feel like you're working for, like, if you were to try to say, okay, if you're only going to work for this line, how are you going to have, it's gonna pay a bill, literally it's gonna pay a bill, so you have to consider that. Now, if the top companies, of course, are companies clearly who can advertise. So if you are possessed with the ability, like if I had to do it all over again, and I was blessed with the ability to self advertise, if I understood advertisement and social media branding, and I would go that route. Otherwise, you'll have to, as I had to learn how to do that, like learn about like SEO and things like that. But if you know how to do that, but like there's some companies like they can get on TV, they can advertise on television, and unless you got the money like that and can buy television slots, um, but if you're like just want to associate with a company, you're a fresh face, a fresh talent, and you're paving out a way for you to go, then you can really make something of it. I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, I have my, like anybody who walks away and at a odd time, would have, like holding on to some disgruntlement working with a company of, however X amount of years. However, if you're like, you're fresh, and it's a fresh slate, and you connect, and you're gonna use, I would say, to use the resource. I don't, when I say grow your business, I don't mean grow your business within their business. I mean to grow your business. Like, okay, if you were to work with a company, put that money into your YouTube channel or some of it, whatever you could do. Something like that. Like, I would approach it with that mindset, that kind of mindset. But if you're like, I don't want to be a part of any line. I just want to do this on my own from scratch. Perfect. You read all this book, because you'll know what all this information they don't know. That's proof psychics don't grow on trees. They don't just pop out with this. This is university knowledge information, right? So I think they just found out, like, through the pandemic, psychics don't are not just pop. Hey, you know, like, I like, no, that ain't how it works. Psychics just don't pop out of nowhere. um, just wanted to help people. Okay, fascinating. Nuggets, some nuggets. Yep. Contract. Yep. New contract. Rise. Astrology. Yeah. Because astrology is associated with the cards, and I love the fact that now, not too many. Okay, so here's the thing. Not to Because it can kind of mess up your mind. I mean, because you're doing something, you find out you could do something so beautiful to helping people, just to be told that what you're doing is witchcraft, like the bad, like wrong. And when I say witchcraft, I'm not saying witchcraft is bad. I'm saying that this is spiritually illegal. Like, what are you doing? And you're like ousted, outcasted. So you should have like a foundation in your mind that you and the Lord, or whoever, or God you serve, whoever, or goddess, have a relationship. You have a relationship, and if it happens to be one of Christian origin, to know that there is heavy connection to Christianity, and but like anything is, it can be twisted. So or misinterpreted, or like with people running away from Christianity and want to connect. They say pagan roots. This is not pagan enough. They got to go deeper than tarot card, because this didn't spring from out of pagan loins. This sprang out of a Roman Catholic loins, who was around royalty, who knew the royal courts. So that means that if they want to go that route, they got to go even deeper beyond tarot. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah, making your own schedule. Ooh, that sounds so nice. I am I would love to be able to like do that. Make my own schedule. I mean, I can make my own schedule, but is it really my own schedule? I mean, like, that's the thing. I know it's just the context of the wording and the nature of the business. It's like you work for yourself. You set your own hours. Oh, but minimum of X amount of hours. You just you just basically tell me when I have to choose which hours, or how many, and also an additional hours that I want to participate. So yeah. So, oh my gosh. That's gonna be so great. One day maybe. I think it'll be a while from now. I'm not in a big. I mean, I kind of really like my line. I love reading my tarot card, for my the line that I read for, because I believe it's to be such an honor. I love reading for these psychics, famous. They're famous. I love being part of the selected group who get to work with the clients and the clients will say, yeah, they'll say they talk to me like this, like to whoever the famous psychic that they like, they say, yeah, so and so's group is always good. I always trust their group. So, so now I'm at the place where some like my clients are like, yeah, I only talk to you and so, but she's from this under this psychic, famous celebrity psychic. That kind of like yeah, that kind of conversation. So it's like, yeah, you're a really great apprentice. You do know that, right? Like, thanks. Thank you. Someday, yeah, it would be nice, because YouTube, by the way, with you, like you said, you're gonna have a channel. It's well, like it's implemented where you can create a full fledged service providing channel. It's yes, it has it built in to YouTube and TikTok, if I may be honest, TikTok as well. So like you can, in fact, even to the part where you would say, oh yeah, gotta have a website, gotta have like a community website. Yeah, all that. Uh, YouTube has that feature in members, and TikTok has that, and they call theirs subscriptions. Like subscription based, and it demands video, because that they're the young ones are talking. The college, new college gossip is that because our attention span, because we're so awake now. Uh, that there it's video over even the written word, and especially they're kind of like they're snubbing the pictures. You know how the fancy picture, like one picture is like an angel, and another picture is like Jupiter, and another picture is like like a whole flower in the hand and the peace symbol and universal love for everybody. Shine today videos, images. They don't want that. They're like, oh, that is so not in. No, you got to get up with the times. They want you to, no, you really believe that? Put your face in the camera and you tell us that. You say that in the camera with your face. So, yeah, so it's very much video esque. And so if you really like enjoy the video interaction, know that people who you know, would enjoy seeing you on the video will want to participate. You're in Alabama. Ooh, yep. Oh, I had to fight my way out of the South, the Bible Belt. They wanted my tarot cards. But my first manager, he was male, and his name is David, and he said, for what you're trying to do, you're in the Bible Belt. You need to come out to California. So I made arrangements and went out there to California, and he said, "Come out here. I'll teach you everything." That's where I heard all the stories. All these stories I'm telling you about. I didn't. I talked to the man who lived it. He's one of the circles who built the bookstores. The bookstores that got the psychics to bring them into 900 number lines. Then why the reason why they're not 900 number lines anymore? With the AT&T being sued, AT&T, the lawsuit of Mrs. Cleo. Yeah, I used to hear all the stories. He had a lemon tree that crossbred with an orange, and then the hull would just peel off. You would just go like this; it would just peel off, and you bite into it. It was so, like lime and sweetness. Oh my God, yellow too, the yellow ones. And on taking shots, Jack Daniels, that was my thing. And or we would take shots together, and I would, we'd go into the lemon tree. Oh my gosh, man! I'm gonna be honest, I missed that, and I love that because he would leave right, and all that cooled air. It'd be like technically it's cold, but when you have like liquor warmth basically, and you go out there barefooted and you're buzzed and you like grab a lemon off the tree and go and you talking and hearing the stories of the old days. And he would teach me like how to I got to where I was like typing up bios for psychics. How when you go to the psychics pages, right, you see their bios. And I had figured out how to script, and I could add images to people's uh, people's bios, give words, and even add music. I even discovered how to add music. Of course, I put all kind. Okay, so I was young, so I put all kind. You know who was on mine, right? Oh, like every other song was a rock song. Then every other song after that, you know who it was. You already know. I'm gonna read some comments. You gonna know who it was, and I'm gonna laugh. I'll tell you who it was. You probably already said, "I know." It's Beyonce, wasn't it? It's Beyonce knows. You have Beyonce knows on your psychic spiritual page. Like, click here. $5.99 per minute. It was Beyonce. You click on those. Yep. Yeah, it should have been Elvis, something like laid back, but nope. Hmm. Yeah. This is yeah. It says the use of the twin flame zodiac signs is by chance. Oh yeah. Is there a way to see the zodiac? Well, let's take a look and see which zodiacs you attract. Because, sometimes it does come up. I haven't done the traditional reading. It says that's why You can read and you give them the facts about, yep, you give them facts about the tarot and educate them on things they do not know. That's right. That's why I love knowing the history, the roots. Like I have roots, right? I'm a psychic with roots, and my roots are very much spiritually based, and has its connection to Psalms 119, the letters of the Hebrew alphabet, which align with this, which that's when you start getting into Kabbalah, and also you also can understand the meaning of words written in Hebrew esoterically. I mean, the trick is not to let your mind get bogged, like warped out of that and start like looking up like modern words. I will look up words that are in the traditional book Bible. So like Eloah of Elohim, or wife of man, Eloah of Elohim, glory of Elohim, etc. So I like, what does her name mean in esoteric? So I've done it with Jesus Christ's name, of course, because you also could do it where the Greek letters apply, they correspond. So I like to esoterically spell out words. Of course, I fall into a rabbit hole and I'm like doing it all day. It's like crosswords puzzles for me. And so you're doing it one word at a time. You like to do one verse, like you do that for hours, because like this, they say a picture is worth 1,000 words. But since this is esoteric, like every symbol here is probably worth 1,000 words. It says the cool. Okay, cool. Got you. Trying to. You say you trying to go to. Oh yeah, Arizona. Uh, is I like Arizona. Arizona is a spiritual place, Mecca. Everybody in the world, internationally, go to Arizona. Um, you know why, right? They want to visit Sedona. And Sedona is where the international headquarters for the University of Metaphysical Science reside. And by the way, my university, my metaphysical university, ain't no joke. My university taking people to federal court for copyright infringement and will fight to keep their brand pure and to protect Dr. Paul Masters, his great works. They ain't no joke. Okay, they not playing. So like if you want to looking for a metaphysical school, like, oh, is that metaphysics? But it's like, people will be calling me quack. No, their level of expertise is Oxford level. Like when you're called to write a thesis or a dissertation, it's Oxford level. Like you got to write your thesis at. In fact, they have a program, and let's say when you submit your statement, your thesis statement, they they run it through the system, make sure that it's everybody, like nobody claimed it, and then they run your paper to see if there's any plagiarism, because yep, and of course, like if anybody want to pick a fight with you, they will support you, and you kind of have, I don't know what we refer to as like a license, but it's kind of like in good standing, and as a minister, because you also you become a minister. I'm a minister through that university, but I'm also a minister I'm a minister in every single state, all 50 states as well. And also, when I created a nonprofit, my bylaws, including supported by my university, I was able to include that in bylaws, like metaphysical sciences, educational. I didn't put entertainment purposes nowhere. And I can do readings. Look, I am psychic. I do not play. disclaimer. No entertainment purpose only. Now, the only thing that gets a little funny is that, okay, I got all this wonderful knowledge, but the companies that, except for this company that I'm with, like other companies, especially like in America driven, like they have like entertainment only at the bottom, and like very complicated conversations happen, and yeah, it gets a little weird there, a little gray there. But like, let's say like yourself, like you're starting fresh, you want to do this all on your own. Imagine like you can go as high as you want to go, like education wise, as far as you want to go. Knowledge, become knowledgeable as much as you want, and brings real value and be taken serious. Because I used to think about that. Like, why do I have to claim entertainment only? Like, and why do people always down in psychics? But the psychics that they elect to become, that to move into famous circles, they always come from your group. It's always they're always Roman Catholic. They're always Catholic. All the mediums are Catholic, I'm telling you. All of them. Like, I was up Catholic, a Presbyterian, I was raised up in church. That's their story. And then they're famous, and they're psychic. I'm like, and you telling me to throw away my tarot cards. You telling me I shouldn't study mediumship. But I'm like, what gives? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You could do so much with your abilities. Yeah, that's what, yeah. So, like, yeah, the school, by the way, they have like graduations and they invite you. It's a big deal. They're on the news channel, no joke. And um, uh, they, like, what makes them like legit is that it is considered, well, it's got a whole policy to the U.S. From the U.S. that okay, and okay, I don't have that ability, right? I know where I have a lot of astrological information. I don't. I mean, I get it. What it's saying is basically saying is it is considered, like, the degrees are considered innate by nature, like, I guess, degrees and certificates for religious purposes. So, which, if it's your religion, it can be taken serious. So, still, it may not be, it's not like academically accredited. However, you do get a transcript, and a school will accept your transcript, and a school will be very interested. Only thing, the tax credit part, that's where it comes. That's where it would count. Schools, universities would be like, "Oh, that's cool. Let's check it out." You want to open up. I've been asked to actually build start a class, and actually run a class myself. I've been asked a few times from universities, um, to build a to build students, get students in to who want to learn about metaphysics. So I've been asked to do that. And but when you go to file taxes and you're looking for that tax credit because it's not accredited, Department of Education, that's where it hit you. That's where that's the gut punch. Like, oh, you don't want to give me the credit, but I get everything. You can get all the accolade, the recognition. Hmm. Yeah. And because so many alum internationally, uh, they donate, right? Or they got the money to fight, in federal, take people, up into federal court, and etc. And like other metaphysical schools, trying to, you know, be bulldogs. They're in a big, big, big fight, and they were like, I mean, they got the whole court document. Yeah, like you want to. They want to. They're basically saying, we trying to keep this quiet. Just see what, because very professional still. We're not trying to be nasty, but now we're needing to talk about it. And so they're kind of like, hey, here's information. Like you start sharing it. Like, hey, like I don't know. I don't know if I want to start that. I mean, but I think it's impressive. My Aries side is saying, yeah. I love the idea of the fight, but I don't think I want to go into it because it'll take over. Because that's so much information. I was like reading. I was like, okay. There was like more. It's like on and on and on. I'm like, okay. So yeah, it's a lot. And yeah, so they offer scholarship. They certainly do. So that means you can go there on some level of scholarship where you'll get, some of the cost taken off of your maybe like the tuition as well, if you decide. But yeah, they like people internationally from all over the world, like people hearing from where they're coming from, there are like other mystery places. Like we have Sedona, right? And everybody knows Sedona. But the visitors also have places of mysteries. That's what I was trying to get to, that part. Which then puts in your mind that part of your spirit journey might be to travel and to visit other different kinds of different places that may, host spiritual energy or presence or something like that. So that's another thing, to like what makes it worth the while. Um, that and the fact that we are in this special age of Aquarius. Everybody's mind is opening up to this sort of thing, this sort of information. Um, Yeah, it feels funny to be honest. Like if you're thriving and you're a psychic and like when you file taxes, right? You could write. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. The government don't care if you put profit. The government don't care if you put psychic. The government don't care if you put Satanist. We guarantee that they got the number that represents whatever you call yourself, so you get that tax money on time. But it kind of feels good when you can put that on your passport. Like, what's your occupation? And you put prophet or you put psychic or phone consultant, and then you're like walking in your life, you're in your truth, and you're like people ask you like, wow, like, ooh, look at you, like, what do you do? And you're like, do you want to tell them or how do you want to tell them? And you know what typically the conversations would be if you were just somebody who just graduated. You walk in with tarot card and say, "Yeah, I'm gonna be this famous tarot card reader. I'm like gonna be like knowing how to read tarot cards, and I'm gonna like help people and stuff, get people like healthy and connected, into spiritualism." And they laugh you right out of the shop, or they would say, you dabbling in that nonsense, or you're dabbling in evil stuff, you're dark sided. You see what I'm saying? But that's the thing. And then of course, if you it's also, you have to be very careful how you introduce the fact that you're a psychic, because for some reason, if they still gonna attack. I mean, people will attack you. So like, and I don't mean like in a religious way. I mean like there's people who it's like they're on the ready to prove. Like they get snippy with you. Like say stuff like, "Well, I foresee in your future that you're gonna have to wait 10 more minutes before I sit you down because you have people, other people in the waiting room." Like you got things like that, or like you could be polite and but if it's like if you put like, well, like okay, like you put somewhere on like as your occupation. There's always somebody's trying to always like bust your chops, basically. And so it's that kind of energy. Sometimes you can be met with that kind of energy. So yeah, you have to kind of like be a bit protective or be on guard. And also like sometimes you might attract people who are like, they were never maybe really invited to the Masonic, clan meeting. And not the bad, not a racist one. I mean, like just a gathering, a clan, like family, and they're like, uh, you know, uh, stopping you for no reason, and like we got to check your luggage, like I'm just trying to get home. If you could just get me home or close to home, I'll be thankful. Can you at least do that? Let me through the airport. They're like, like looking, and they're like seeing all your tarot cards, and or seeing all your like your or like seeing like, put that down. You know not what that is. That's expensive. That's costly upon your soul. You're like appalled. Like, do not touch my tarot cards, and least of all, do not. That is a crystal ball. Do not touch my crystal ball. Things like that. So it's that you got to go through. Sometimes you might have to go through that. Um, so yeah, you gotta, yeah, it's not as, I tried it. Like, what does it feel like to walk upright, and you're proud of what you do. Like, some people do that. They literally do that. They're like, I'm a nurse, and I'm a nurse, you know, I'm a lawyer, I'm a teacher, I'm a server, right? And then he's like, I'm a psychic. Everybody's like, so yeah, moving throughout the world, you got to be a little, cautious, careful. I don't want to say like worried, like don't be walking around here worried, but you got to be on your toes, because people will try. They want to wear. They secretly want to be psychic, probably. I don't know. They want to know. They want to be the one who knows the mysteries, and but they don't want to study the mysteries. They want you to study the mysteries. Be mad that you study the mysteries. You did the homework, and then and they look for an opportunity to uh, upstep you. All the time. That's what it feels like. Last week, yeah, 2:15. You right. Yep, that's exactly. Uh-huh. Age of Aquarius. We are in Age of Aquarius. We are out of this one, which is this represented karmas that we had to work through. The Age of Aquarius represents that we're now able. We have the awareness. We're self-aware. Like, that's why sometimes in the Age of Capricorn, it was like people were studying like like the primate vibrations of humanity. It was like, what? Like, well, in nature, it's the fittest. That's the one who gets the women. It's things like that. The star, meaning our awareness. Now it's like human, Christ conscious. you know. So like display of that can, can bring great awareness to like this. Some people refer to it as if you want, karmas, sins of humanity, karmas of humanity, at the actions of humanity. We now can process it and understand the information. We're aware. We're self-aware. Before we were like, we just like play the role, just play the role. hmm Yeah. I couldn't wait to get out of Age of Cap. Oh, that last bout. I mean, it didn't want to go. Whatever we was fighting off before 20 or at the end of 2019, bringing in 2020. Boy, it was like hanging on for dear life. And all leading up to 2019, oh gosh, it was going darker, darker, darker. You knew it's like all this dark summonings you all are sending out into the universe to get one little for uh 30, 40, 30, 35 minutes of action is going to summon something so they didn't whatever that thing is called that they thought that could open up a portal. They didn't need that. They didn't. It wasn't that. I don't know the name of it. That thing that holds the black that holds the that particle, the dark matter. That thing. They didn't need that to open up that portal. No, humanity did that. Humanity did that. Opened up that portal. The dark energy come flooding in. I was like, I remember saying to stay back. It's smoke here. It whatever it is, it's smoke. No, like what was it there? What's going on in there? It's like I was like, I get it now. I'm in the way. I need to get out of the. I need to step off to the side and wherever it's supposed to, you're supposed to go, flow with, do it. You know, and yeah. So I try not to go back. I try. I try. I mean, I try not to think back. I can't go back, but I try not to think back into that space doing readings because we have improved. It's our first year in, and I think we're doing quite well for our first time at it. Our first go, I think we're doing pretty good. Yeah, we're doing good. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah. We forgot to check out. I've got the Zodiac. My bad. Okay, let's check out. Shelly says Mercury, lover. Ooh, four. There's a lot of energy aligned with somewhere Libra, Scorpio is like on maybe on the cusp, I would say. Like Libra, but maybe Scorpio be traits because of being on the cusp. I'm it's leaning kind of leaning towards this very much at Scorpio energy. Scorpio. Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay. There it is. Now we know. Nothing wrong with that. See, I'm okay. The reason why I'm like looking at this because depending on again who you ask, you only have 6 degrees. That's 6 solar days to become a genuine Scorpio. Only 6, which is fascinating because 6, they say is the number of man, of humanity. The rest is because of it, when Pluto transcended, when they outcasted him and defrocked and dethroned him from being a dwarf planet, and then they reinstated him. Well, that was in 2010, then 2009, then or 2008, then reinstated him in because he transcended, right? Because his transformation, Pluto, uh, yeah, he ascended to the throne, and so he rules. He subrules with Mars, yes, with Scorpio, but he rules his own sign in a ficus. And so so 6 days to be a Scorpio. The rest of the days is that was absorbed by Ophiuchus, the 13th sign. So I'm thinking more like in terms of that in my brain. So that's probably what's triggering that. I'm thinking that way, but I do think that he's like, I saw this, like this September or Libra element, but the energy that lifted off of him is Scorpion. So I would say Scorpio. Yeah, that's what it is. Okay, I have to exit. I have 56 minutes. I have to get on the world stage here and begin my reading. I hope you all also will join me somewhere wherever you are. You get your tarot cards out. You gonna do readings today too. we gonna do readings together, but I'm gonna do readings over here. You go wherever you are. You're gonna do readings for people. And whom, if it's a person you don't know, you're gonna do a free reading for a few people you just met. You're gonna do some readings. I'm gonna do some readings, and you're gonna do some readings, and because there's enough room for everybody to do readings, because you have something to learn that you could teach. I can learn from. I've got plenty of information, and I know you're gonna find the newer books. You got the resources. I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna go. I can't wait. I can't wait for new. I know I have plenty of. Oh gosh, I have so many tarot cards. I want some more. I want some more tarot cards. I want some more books. I want some more. Some more of Dr. Master's programs. So yep. So I can't wait till you all are watching ads. I'm gonna be honest with you. You don't have to be a member, but I'm looking towards those ads. Oh, by the way, the members, can be like, how old the churches are, like the church. And now you can, because I had a nonprofit, rather than calling it a church, but it was a nonprofit, but it's a nonprofit, right? A church is nothing more than a business but it's made into a nonprofit. C, the C3 part, something. The C3, all the numbers. I don't remember that. That is the easiest thing in the world to transform your business into a easiest thing in the world. It only takes a few weeks because you have it expedited and it's inexpensive. I mean, I understand inexpensive. I'm talking about like in the hundreds dollars, like a few $100s, just like to get started. And you might also want a few other things, and also you can break up those payments. So you trying to start a church, you're like, I know I gotta get it out. No, you don't. You don't. You just you're piddling because it's inexpensive, easiest thing in the world. You gotta put the bylaw. No, they will. You tell them what your story is about. They will put your bylaws together. You read over it and you sign off on it, and that's it. You basically tell them here's the outline and what I want. Then they put it in legal words for you. So yeah, you could by the end of next month you could be up and saying, okay, then you just get your little, you like the three people board members, the only three that's not allowed to be compensated money through the nonprofit. Everybody else can be hired, but you three, you just go find three people who want to sit at the top of it. That's it. That's your church. There's your nonprofit. So, and with members, though, furthermore, with the members that is offered through YouTube, you can like bring so much informational and spiritual value, even if you were, like, let's say, to be religious, even biblical prayer. Like, you could do videos in that space, lives in that space, as like you would rather than people approaching you in a physical location, you could do that the same as with doing readings and memberships. So it's equipped with with all the features you can ever imagine that you would think that you would have to actually have a separate website for. It would be actually built into your YouTube channel. I like this format because rather than you all having to contact any of my numbers, you just get a hold of me on YouTube, literally. Like literally, you just get a hold of me on YouTube. So I love that idea. So that I'm going to have that. Like, look, you don't have to click away from YouTube. Even establishing readings with me, you all on YouTube. You can stay on YouTube. You don't have to come over here, over there, over there. No, none of that. So that's the membership elements. That's what I like a lot. I really do like that those features. And I still haven't even tapped into that yet, but I'm looking towards to doing so. And so that means every way that you could think of, it'd be like working for a psychic line, and whatever that they're paying to that psychic line to talk to you, the memberships is with you with through YouTube, if you would say, um, which I have purposefully, in it with intentions, eliminated pay. Like I said, I got rid of my Cash App, my PayPal. I said, why do I need all that when I'm going to say what it's worth and what they would be paying to talk to me anyway? I half that, and I presented to YouTube that where it's trusted. Like if anything goes down, it's like YouTube is going to would be the figurehead. Rather, I may not have a manager. You may not be able to, I'm going to contact your supervisor. So it may not, YouTube, you're like, I'll get YouTube. You're not fulfilling your agreements. But, and then, but it's, then it's paid out to you. And then you decide where, like your overhead and costs and all of that. So that's how I'm thinking. And and you may not even want to, maybe you do, I don't know, but you may not even want to like say, well, they wouldn't, the, like I wouldn't require that X amount. I wouldn't require that X amount anyway. But nonetheless, I'm also taking the majority of it because it's not being split in, like, I mean, several different ways before it even hits you, with room to for a lateral growth as well. So yeah, so I hope that you do like really consider like establishing your own. I hope that you do, because I think we are moving into a place where, because it's don't please don't think that psychics are going to create a psychic union. They could technically, but you'll never get psychic stability because they'll be trying to actually get one over on each other. All the whole conversation, they won't. You'll have some lady and her husband sitting at the top, one lady, and there'll be a drum circle. Auntie gonna come and smudge everybody, and then somebody gonna go stand outside in, and we need her vote. We need their vote, and it's just not gonna happen. And then it's gonna be like, like who's trying to overpower the other. It'd be like a lot of psychic blasting the other person. So you might as well just build on your own. Like build on your own. Mhm. Witches have covens. I think psychics are more like solo, and occasionally they'll support each other occasionally, but psychics tend to be like loners. Like like any of the famous psychics, you see them famous psychics ever hanging out? Like it's a group of them, whole panel. Hey, how you doing? Do you know? No, because their egos is is phenomenal. It's out of this world. So there's no way it would happen. There's no way there's going to be like a uh, I mean, the only ones who's going to tell you, "Oh, yeah, the industry has changed. The lines are different from the way they were in the past," or that, "Oh my gosh, their pay rate is horrific." The only ones who's going to honestly tell you that are actually the managers who are hiring you to work with them or work with a competing company. They're the only ones that are going to. Psychics in themselves are not going to agree to any of those kinds of that kind of discussion. And so, yeah, you might as well like, if you like are really serious, you might as well just start building from like where you are, like building and taking all that information. And don't think that, oh yeah, well, every other psychic knows this book by heart too. No, you're going to take that, you're going to work with your guides, and they're going to teach it to you the way that you're supposed to know it. And then you're going to share it with the rest of the world. Because guess what? As much as I would like to read everybody, and what I mean by that is not everybody wants a reading from me. Doesn't mean I can't psychically read for them, but not everybody wants a reading from me. And I accept that. I'm like, if you're not supposed to be here, I send you on your way so fast. You'll be calling me back and say, yeah, I just called just a moment ago and I was looking for a reading. I just yeah, I just connected uh with the wrong psychic. Boy, this is really strange, click. So, you know what I mean? So I like if you're not here, if I'm not supposed to be working with you, that means another psychic is supposed to be working with you. I need to get off out of your way. So yeah, so definitely know that there's somebody who you're supposed to read. So when you set yourself up, whoever you're supposed to read going to come to you and they're going to want to read it and they're going to fall in love with your readings and get everything out of it from you. Yeah. But I gotta go. I see y'all.